Hello world, welcome to the October 2021 graduation showcase, Manchester edition. An SQL statement walks into a bar, sees two tables, approaches and asks, mind if I join? So first up is the Deodons. Give it a... Right.
Thanks everyone, and thanks Sam for that lovely introduction. So yeah, we privileged in going first with these presentations. We've got a wonderful cohort of students, and I'm sure throughout the day it's going to be some amazing stuff. But quickly, just introduce myself and the team. We are the Deodons. So we have Eden, Hev, Ethan, Adam, and myself, Carl, that will be speaking to you shortly about our toolshed. Next slide, please. So what is toolshed? At its core, toolshed is a decentralized community item library. It's for hobbyists, it's for professionals, it's for builders, it's for everyone. When we really thought about what type of app we wanted to produce, we really wanted to drive in community values. And we came to the conclusion that we've all been in a situation where you wanted a tool or item and you may not have it. You might be at a pinch or you want it for a short period of time. And so you need somewhere to go to borrow it. And that's how we landed on the idea of toolshed. So we developed the toolshed manifesto, and we can categorize that into three things: borrow what you need, connect with your local neighbors and communities, lend what you don't, help a neighbor out, and build it together, help each other achieve your projects and goals. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Adam, who's going to do our app demonstration. Thanks.
Woo! So we start the video, please. Yep. So come on to our onboarding screen when we first start the app. This tells us a bit about the app, how to use the app, and then straight through to our login screen where we can register as a new user, or if we're an existing user, we can sign in. Then it's through to our toolshed page. We've got all items within 15 miles, and we can filter the items by distance, availability, and category. Then on the item page itself, we can view the picture of the item, a description, a map, and send a message to the owner of that item. And here we are on our user page, so we can view all our items, and delete those items and requests. We've also got some stats at the top for the items and requests we have, ranking based on that. So then we have our inbox page where we've got all our chats with all users. So here we can carry on chats and also receive chats in real time. So if we arrange to lend out an item, we can go back to our toolshed, find that item, and then mark it as lent. So, and then we also have our requests page. So any items that aren't currently in the system but somebody needs, you can go here, post a request, and you can view those requests, reply to the user who posted the request, and also view where the request comes from. So we can filter by distance with those as well. And then finally, we can post requests and also post items. And if we post an item, we need a name, description, category, and we can post an image from our phone and upload that item. There you go. So now I'll pass on to Eden and Hev to talk more about the tech stack.
Thanks, Adam. So in terms of tech stack, I'm going to start off talking about the front end. So for front end, we chose React Native and Expo. We did this first and foremost because the documentation for those technologies is really good and comprehensive, and that was important given that we were learning so much in such a short amount of time. Also, compatibility was a priority given that we were working across macOS and Linux systems, but also because we wanted toolshed to be available across Android and iOS devices. So we would reach as wide an audience as possible, regardless of their mobile platform. Styling as well. React Native and Expo both had really good packages for that, so we could build a strong brand and deliver the best user experience possible. I'm going to hand over to Eden now to discuss the back end.
Hi everyone. So for the back end, we decided to go for NoSQL over SQL because the more the document structure is a lot more flexible and allowed us to work in a much more agile way. And we're able to change like document fields like on the fly, and also the real-time capabilities of NoSQL were also really beneficial to our project as well. We spiked to MongoDB, but we decided to go all in on Firebase in the end because we wanted to work with authentication with Firebase as well. Oops. For image uploading and downloading, we used Image Picker to extract photos from the phone and also compress that. And we used Firebase cloud storage to upload and be able to download as well. So the images were easily accessible throughout the app. For instant messaging, we initially spiked Socket.io, but in the end, we decided to build our instant messaging functionality ourselves using our Firestore database to store messages as documents under their own sub-collections and collections. For location, we used Expo Location to convert a postcode, which someone enters on signing up, to convert that into a pair of lat-long coordinates, which we could then store under a user's document in the database. So now I'll pass it over to Ethan to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we faced during the project.
Thank you, Eden. So we had three big main issues mostly. One of these was the alignment of the tech choices. So we decided to go with React Native because we had a few compatibility issues because we had users on Mac and we had users on Linux as well. We used Android emulator, sorry. And that's because compatibility issues, obviously, again, made sure everything was fine, everything worked well, hard to set up, we got over it. Also, we used Figma and Trello mostly for planning and like just making sure everything was in order. This worked really well for us, got used to it really quickly, very efficient. A second really big issue was also with working processes. So it was like one of our first times working on a really big agile tech project. We have done agile tech projects before, but very small, nothing to this scale. And also GitHub, a little bit finicky in times with merging branches, but got used to it really quickly, really efficiently. And obviously working at home was a little bit difficult. Me and Eden had a few Wi-Fi issues every so often, hard to get used to. That was fine after a while. So the big thing was images. Image storage was really hard to get over. Once we kind of understood how to store the images, we went down a little bit of a loop of sending a few too many requests with an infinite loop that we did manage to fix. And we had to compress the images due to the image file size. It's pretty much all the issues we had. We did overcome them really well. Now I'm going to pass it over to Kyle to talk over the future developments of the app.
Cheers, Ethan. So initially, when we kind of sat down and actually planned out everything we wanted to do, we had so many different ideas of like where we want to take the app. We really wanted to drive down community, so payments would probably be the next step, but that would be for more expensive and a deposit kind of safety scheme. We looked at Stripe, but as I said, we kind of thought let's keep it to the community first and foremost. Next, ID verification, so power tools and having the right certification for certain tools that are on our app would be kind of the next step, and potentially being 18 plus to actually use it. And then finally, we'd want to incorporate a booking system or a calendar, just so we have more kind of idea of when things are available, when they're not available, and you can do it all through the app. So that would be the next steps for Toolshed. And finally, I'm going to hand it back over to Hev, who's going to round things up for us.
Hello again. I just want to say thank you on behalf of my team to everyone at Northcoders for the opportunity. It's been a wild ride. And thank you for everyone watching. And I can't wait to see what the rest of the cohort has in store. And I think to speak for everyone, when I say like I can't imagine having done this back in October. So yeah, thank you very much.
There's only one question for you. How did you manage to implement the filter by distance?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll take that. Shall I stand up?
Yeah.
So yeah, essentially after getting the postcode and translating that to a pair of lat-long coordinates, we then stored that on the user document. And we wrote an algorithm that could sort of compare two pairs of lat long coordinates. It's basically just using like the law of cosines and stuff. Yeah, it was, yeah. And then you could compare that, and then we did a Firebase query to all documents that satisfied the correct distance under that. So
actual maths.
real life maths, believe it or not. Real life maths.
Well, one more time, give it up for Deodons, ladies and gentlemen. Actual real life maths. Oh, Scott Wears asks, how did you find being thrown together as a team and being expected to work together? Can you give me a high and a low point?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what? One of the best things about these guys, I'm going to get all gushy now, but I think we developed a really good team spirit really quickly. So from the off, it was a bit more relaxed. We got really comfortable with each other. There were a few memes being flown about, and excuse me, and I think half of the battle is working with good people. I need a bit of water here. Excuse me.
Don't cry.
I know.
Okay.
COVID safe.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, half of the battle is always working with good people, and I think with these 4 people here, they're wonderful people. Highs, I'd say, was when you could see the app coming together as it was like, as we were finishing little tasks, and it actually looked like an app, and you're thinking, oh my God, we're actually doing this now. And lows, I guess, it's stressful. It was a lot of hours. It was a lot of hard work. I'm gonna be honest and say there was a few weekends that we did a bit extra. And I think we managed to dig in, managed to stick together, and we're really proud of what we produced. So I say that's probably the answer to the question there.
Gentleman in the back. Hello.
How did you find designing the chat aspect of your application?
That was, how did you find designing the chat part of your application?
I think that was the low point. But I think one of you guys should take that.
I don't mind taking it. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, designing the chat, it wasn't the worst. I did spikesocket.io. I managed to get it working, but kind of figured out that because we were using Firebase, it probably made more sense to go with the gifted chat with Firebase. And we did. I think, well, Kyle did most of the chat as well. I also did some of it. It wasn't bad setting up the initial chat. It was mostly just making sure, like, getting chat rooms working, because it's all in groups and they all have their individual messages with different users. But it does make sense. It's a really logical thing for me. So yeah, not too difficult. That's all I can say.
Lovely, thank you very much. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Deodons. Cool. Oh, we're going to have a short break. I'm not looking up there, I'm looking there. We're going to have a short break. Hello, welcome back to the October 21 Manchester graduation showcase. I'm sorry for telling an SQL joke earlier on. I promise I'll tell you a JavaScript joke, but only if you call back. Welcome. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Dynamic Koalas.
Thank you, Sam, for that funny joke again. Hello, everyone. My name's Neil. I'm joined by Hitten, Drew, James, and Darren, and together we make up Dynamic Koalas. Next slide, please. Okay, so hands up if you've ever ventured into the dark depths of your fridge and you want to pick out a food item, but you notice it's out of date. For all people listening on YouTube, there were many hands up in the office. So here at Dynamic Koalas, we want to solve that issue. So what we've created is a mobile app that allows you to track items into a fridge list. So you can either scan an item via the camera, or if it has a barcode, you can use the barcode reader, or you can input it manually. The form has form validation, so there's no data errors. Also, when a food item is just about to go out of date, it will send you a notification, so we can stop the forgotten food. I'll hand it over to Drew, who will talk about these amazing features.
So when the next slide comes on soon, the video. So when this plays, so essentially this is what happens on your first screen. It opens up a list of all the items you currently have in your fridge. You can filter by sections, you got like fruit, veg, meat. You can, on his page, you can edit like on the sly. So for example, if you have less fried chicken in your fridge, you can reduce it. If you go below 1, it prompts to delete. Or if you just use a delete button on the right-hand side, you can just delete it from the actual fridge list. On this page as well, you can see all the dates. You can change on the dates on the sly as well. So if it's past its sell-by date, it will turn red. If it's before the sell-by, best before, it will be green. And then if it's on the same day, it'll be amber. So it helps you kind of like visualize what your dates are like. And then you can go to the add item page. In here, you can just add in random items. The form violation will stop you from not adding in the right information. I'm going to use dragon fruit. You can only have a certain amount of items. So between 1.99, if you've got 100 dragon fruit, maybe not this app. So then you click add to the fridge and you select your date and you select your category. And then once that's added, boom, it's straight into your fridge. And if you go to your actual fridge, it's right there straight away. So then you've just gone to the shop, you've bought some items and all that kind of stuff. So instead, we're going to use the camera feature. So we bought one mushroom. I don't know why. Take a picture of it. Clarify will decide what item that is and give you some options of what it thinks it is. In this scenario, it's not a potato or chocolate, it's a mushroom. So you select mushroom, and then it'll bring you to the add item page where you can add it. And then with our little cheeky little mushroom, let's have a giant bottle of ketchup to have with that. We have an integrated barcode scanner that will pick up the barcode and implement that as well. And then again, add it to the fridge. And that is our app. I'm now going to pass you on to Darren, who's going to talk about our spiking and the ways we work together.
Okay, thank you, Drew. Our team introduced good work practices and ethics from the get-go. The teams first decided that Slack and Zoom would be the best solution for communication. Next, we put agile practices in place, a Kanban board to visualize our project. Then we scheduled daily stand-ups at 9 a.m. each morning, which were quick and direct to the point. We also finished the day with stand-downs, keeping all team members up to date on progress. Our dev setup included Git version control to keep track of our source code. Also, we used Husky to help improve the quality of commits through error checking. We also had great fun learning about Git branches and merging. As a team, we decided on coding standards and also used of ESLint in our workflow. We also used pair programming for most of the project. I would say this was benefit for all team members. Can you get the next slide, please? The spiking phase. At this stage, we took a look at options for the back end, which included MongoDB, Express, and PSQL. We also researched front-end options, APIs, and image recognition technologies. After research, we decided to spike TypeScript, Svelte Native, React Native, Firebase, TensorFlow, and food-related APIs. Our findings were that image recognition and TensorFlow were the highest risks to the project and would need to be monitored as they played a big part in our MVP. Can I pass it over to James for more info about the tech stack?
Thank you, Darren. One of the difficulties with mobile development is creating apps that are cross-platform. This can be solved with React Native and Expo. As our app is going to be mobile only, React Native is perfect as we are able to take what we already know in React and create an app to be used specifically on iOS and Android. To help with us routing and navigating through our app, the package React Navigation is essential. Along with Expo, developing and updating our app is simple on both platforms. Expo also provides us with their own APIs. We found the camera, barcode scanner, notifications, and date picker very practical, and we're able to integrate them with our other technologies. Forms in React can be frustrating with setting up different state for handling changes to the form values, the errors, and the validation, as well as with updating the stat state and submitting the form. We are using Formic as this allows for all of that to be taken care of. For our backend, we've decided to use Firebase as it suits small apps with limited querying and a short development phase. It's easy to set up and use, updates in real time, and can be edited directly from the cloud itself. One of the riskiest new technologies for our app is image detection. For that, we are using Clarify, which allows us to use a pre-built food identification AI model and integrate it with our camera and forms. Another of the APIs we're using is Open Food Facts, which is a free-to-use food products database and is used in conjunction with the barcode scanner to identify most food items. And now I'll pass you on to Hitten, who will be going over some of the challenges we have faced.
Thank you, James. One of the biggest challenges I faced personally was implementing navigation through notifications. We wanted our app to send you to the fridge page after clicking on a notification, but this was tricky to do with a tab navigator. We resolved this by using deep linking and correctly spelling our URL. Another issue was Clarify. We suspect the API was being throttled due to the number of requests made during testing. This only affected Neil for some reason, and due to time constraints, other members of the group had to do some of the requests and we couldn't investigate the issue further. Finding the right camera also proved to be problematic, as the React Native camera and the React Native Vision camera were no longer being supported and did not work with our application. So settling on the Expo camera and getting basic camera functionality set up took longer than expected. Finally, timestamps. When we were uploading data to Firebase, we were adding timestamps via a date picker. This caused an issue and a little bit of a panic when we were converting, when everyone's code stopped working because data was not being correctly read and displayed. We resolved this by using Moment.js and converting our timestamps from objects to strings, which allowed us to use conditional rendering for our CSS on our fridge items page. Next slide, please. If we had a little bit more time working on this project, we had a few more features we'd like to add, the main one being a recipes page. This would have been a list of recipes you could create using the current items in your fridge, and we would have done this by using the Spoonacula API. If also we would have liked to use a TensorFlow custom model instead of Clarify. And some nice to have features would have been a splash page and swipe gestures to make our mobile app more dynamic and easier to use for people busy in the kitchen. Finally, optical character recognition was a feature we would have wanted, which allows us to extract text from a digital image. We would have liked to have added this to our camera, so a user would not have to input the best before date manually, and they could instead use their camera to scan the best before date. Next slide, please. Thanks for listening. Are there any questions?
Give it up. Hello. Hi, guys. What were the challenges of machine learning?
Great question, Sam.
Great question, Sam.
So originally, we were spiking TensorFlow object detection model. We got a demo working, but the generic object detection model was detecting all objects in the picture, regardless of if it was a piece of food or not. The next stage was to create a custom model, but given the time constraints of the project, this was not feasible. So we went on to Clarify, and luckily they have a pre-built food detection model. So that worked really well with our app. And then this just demonstrates the importance of spiking new tech and identifying your biggest risky assumption test.
Lovely. Well, science and maths, who'd have thought it? Thank you very much. One more time, please give it up for Dynamic Koalas. And we'll be back in a little while presenting the graduation showcase, which contains our 1000th Northcoder. All right. Hello, welcome back to the Northcoders October 21 Manchester Showcase. Knock, knock. Internet Explorer. Here's Muffin Ninjas, all right.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's Stephen. I'm part of Team Muffin Ninjas, and we're here today to present to you our application property hookup. Next slide, please. Before we show you the application, we'd just like to quickly introduce the team. So I've introduced myself already. There's also Darren Evans, who unfortunately isn't able to join us today. There's also Nathan Page-Jones and Jez Blackmore. Next slide, please. Okay, so before we actually show you the application, we'd just like to give you a bit of information about our journey, how we come up with the idea and where we are today. So with the idea conception, what we wanted to do, we didn't want anything too gimmicky. We wanted an application that actually met a specific need. So we looked at the basic human needs, and one of those being shelter. So we felt the property market might be a good place we could make an application. So we wanted to make a property app that makes a stressful event stressless. It's often said that the most stressful event in your life is often actually moving house. So we felt that's something what we could solve here with our application. And it's a cheap alternative to an outdated estate agent model. As you can see on the infographic at the bottom, the average cost of selling a house is at £5,723. That's information from January 2022. And we feel with this application, we would have a mass market appeal. We're for people trying to get on the property ladder and also for existing homeowners. Okay, next slide, please. I'm now going to pass you over to my colleague, Nathan. He's going to give you a quick demonstration of how the application works.
Right, guys. So first you'll be prompted to log in. So we can just do that with Google and Auth0. Quite simple. You can just continue with Google. And this will take us to our swipe page where we can see houses. And yeah, we wanted to resemble a dating app. So you can swipe right if you're interested, swipe left if you're not. The thumb up and thumb down buttons do the same as the swiping. And yeah, you can click through different pictures of a house. And when you swipe right, it'll save it to your house list here. So we can get rid of ones that we don't want with that bin button. And we can get in touch with the seller. So that's being shown now. We wanted to do this to eliminate the need of any third-party estate agents. You can just we thought it'd be easier if you can just get in direct contact with the seller, and the seller can get in direct contact with people who are interested. So yeah, just like that, we've ordered a viewing of the house. Right, so here's the add property feature, and this is what you'd use if you're using the app to sell a house. So all I'm doing here is pressing choose file, selecting a picture from my file explorer and pressing uploads. So yeah, that's happening now. We've got a little progress bar there. Yeah, so we wanted to make this form quite easy so anyone could use it pretty much. We wanted to make it like a one size fits all because, you know, who wants a complicated form? Just putting the information in now, and once you press submit, that should be available for other people to see on this page. So here's our user information. You can change stuff if you want, and here's the settings. This is where you can filter the results you see on the swipe page. So you can change postcode, radius, minimum, maximum price, and house type. And once you press save changes, those will update on the main page. As you can see, it's updated. And that pretty much wraps up the demo. And now I'd like to pass over to Jez, and he'll talk about the technology choices.
Okay, thanks, Nathan. So first I'll be going through our backend technologies. So we decided to use an SQL database hosted on Heroku, SQL as opposed to NoSQL, as we feel it's more efficient at processing queries and joining data tables. We also feel it's better for scalability should our app grow in complexity. We'd be able to implement the logic more succinctly. We used Node.js for our server with the Express NPM package, Express having built-in functionality, making it easier to manage HTTP requests. We used Jest for test-driven development, promoting the test then code approach, reducing the number of bugs in production and improving our code quality. For the chat feature, we used Socket.io, allowing us bi-directional communication between client and server. During the spiking phase, we did look at Firebase chat feature. How we chose Socket.io as we felt it would give us more control. We also wanted to learn about WebSockets and the underlying principles of the TCP layer. We felt implementing the feature ourselves would allow us to understand this better. For Auth0 authentication, we did use Firebase as it was easy to implement. And from a user's perspective, we felt signing in with Google would promote a higher level of trust and improve the sign-in and onboarding experience. Firebase file storage was also chosen as we felt it had good documentation and user-friendly setup process. For the postcode geocoding, we used geocoder.npm package, which uses a third-party API by MapQuest. So no geocoder also had good documentation and online support. And MapQuest is just one of Nocoder's supported providers. So next slide, please. Cheers. So now I'll go over the front-end technologies. So for the front end, we used React, which includes React DOM and React Router. We made use of the context API, passing down our global states. During spiking, we did consider using React Native. However, we decided we could demonstrate our concept just as well with a responsive web page. And we also wanted to improve our technologies that we already had experience with. So for the HTTP fetch requests, we just use Axios. For the chat front end, we use Socket.io client, which allows us to establish like an easy connection between the front end, back end, and React. Also on the front end, for file storage and Auth0, we used Firebase, which I've already mentioned. This felt like a fast and secure way of both hosting files and user authentication. This all adds to the user journey and hopefully makes their interaction more seamless whilst building up trust between the client and our app. And now I'll pass you back to Stephen, who's going to talk about our challenges.
Thank you, Jess. Okay, so with challenges, often with any project, especially coming in at the start, can feel very overwhelming. Looking how many things you've got to do, where do we start? So a big part of our challenge, we knew there was going to be challenges coming in, but we were ready for those. Something we used straight away was Agile. And what we did was we looked at our end goal first and say, what is actually we want to produce at the end here? Once we had that in our mind, we were able to navigate to that end goal, even if it meant changes need to be implemented along the way. So with Git was handy for allowing us to work on separate branches while we were looking at different features. And then before we could merge those back into a main branch, what would happen is we'd have to have the rest of the team authorize that. So code could be checked, make sure there's no bugs in there, and then we can merge that back in. If anything did come through, we'll be able to revert back using Git. So it was a fantastic technology for us to use throughout the project. A big part for us was spiking. A big part of this project for us was both looking at our current technologies we already knew, and we wanted to go in a bit more detail, go a bit deeper into those technologies, but we wanted to branch out as well and bring new technologies in. So we had to do some spiking to see how that would work. An example of this is at first for our file storage, we thought AWS would be an obvious answer, but admittedly, we didn't know too much about it at that point. So after a quick spiking process of AWS, we actually realized this would not really meet the needs of this project here. So we had to have another meeting. We reorganized that, okay, let's go and do another spiking on something else. We looked into Firebase, and Firebase seemed to tick a lot of boxes for us for the photo storage. So we ended up implementing that into the project. Auth0 was another issue we come across. The reason being, when you're implementing new technologies, ultimately, until you've done it once, you don't know how it works. So we actually had a plan to do Auth0 a bit later into the project. In hindsight, it would have been much nicer to put that in early because it had a lot of features that actually meant we had to do a lot of refactoring because it was ticking boxes we didn't know it would tick. So we had to go back, we refactored and implemented that. But ultimately, it was worth it because it really added to our user experience and it helped us with that security and the fluency of the logging in. Next slide, please. Okay, and that is the end of our presentation today. So thank you very much for your time. If anyone has any questions, we would welcome those now.
Give it up for the Muffin Ninjas, ladies and gentlemen. There are some questions. Scott Wears asked, how did you find working in an agile way?
I'll take that one then. So Agile at first was a learning curve. It's something we weren't used to, but ultimately we could see the benefit of it by the end of the project. even just having those 10-minute stand-ups every morning, it allowed everyone to explore what we did yesterday, what we're going to do today, and talk about any blockers. So it allowed us to have a nice navigation throughout the project. And as I think I mentioned earlier, it allowed us to see an end goal. And as Agile may suggest, it allows for that flexibility. Don't do something just because you've said you're going to do it. If it works out, if it turns out it's not going to work the way it's going to work, there's nothing wrong with sitting back and go, hey, we need to change this now. And Agile allowed us that methodology to do that.
Nice. Like I say, if it works, it works. Good. He also asks, did you use user stories? And if so, how useful did you find them?
Oh, yeah, I'll answer that one. So yes, we did use user stories. So yeah, first we did the setting up of the database, and then we did our wireframing, and then we based our user stories based on those. And then with the user stories, we turned those into individual tickets. So the user stories were essential for us planning our Trello board out. So yeah, very useful.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice. Our very own Catherine Hansen, shouts out Kat, asks, what features would you like to see implemented in the future?
I'll take that one. I think in the future, we'd like to add more, we'd like to make, I'd say develop the chat more, make it easier for people who are selling the house to see a list of people who are interested. We did actually have a offer made kind of system, but we weren't able to fully implement that into the final product. But yeah, we would add that if we had more time. So yeah.
Yeah, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Muffin Ninjas. We'll take a break. And thank you very much. Now, while we get the next group set up, we're going to take a short break. Hello, welcome back to the Northcoders October 21 Manchester Showcase. Did you know there are 10 types of people in this world? Those who understand binary and those who don't. Now, finally, for the Manchester part of this cohort, we have Team Naturally.
Hi everyone, and thank you for coming to see our presentation. So we are Jay, Catherine, Ian, Salah, and Heather. Together we are Team Naturally. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our app, Naturally, creative as ever. So it's all about nature and about going out on a walk and seeing something, whether it's a swan on a lake or a nice tree, taking a picture and sharing that with other people. You can add your picture to the map and show other people exactly where you saw it in case they want to go and see it. Maybe you like badgers and you want to go to an area full of badgers. We've got you covered. We're inspired by getting out of your house, especially after lockdown. You know, we spent so much time in the house. This is getting you out and about and making it interesting for people. So yeah, with that, I'd like to show you the app itself and I'll pass you over to Jay. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. So yeah, I'm just going to walk you through the app demo here that we've got. So yeah, if you'd like to play that. We start off with our landing screen here, so you can choose to either sign in or create a new account and register up here with your email, username, and your password, which Ian is typing out now in our video demo. And here, very creatively blocking out the password in just a moment on the login screen. And then it drops onto our home screen here, as you can see, where you can scroll through a list of posts from your followers list, or I can load even more here at the bottom. And you can see it's got geotags, hashtags, which you can follow for topics, and you can click on individual posts, which allows you to comment, see a large version of it, and see all these creative comments here, such as Heather's one especially. And yeah, from there we can also bob back. You can refresh the page at the top. You can select one or more topics that you can actually browse through, or you can also go on the location tag here. So you can just look at particular locations if you want to search for a particular place you want to go to or anything like that. And that's pretty much it for the home page as it goes. Just one more post, one for the road. And then you can also go onto the map view, which is the kind of the USP of the project. So you can see individual marker tags on it. You can scroll in and out of it, and then you can kind of just go to wherever you want, scroll through the bottom, and they will actually link you to individual places on the map, and it will just drag it across there for you. There's a quick view of Ian's own profile. Got to love your own work. You can add your own topics from the top bar, so you can add a title, a description, and add your own photo, which can then show up on those little circular topic tags that we have. Classic. And then you can also add your own post from the same section there. So you can give a description. You can upload your own file. We realized that we didn't actually take a photo on this either, but you can also take photos. I promise you that does work. And then you can either drag the mark around on the map by moving it across on the map itself, or you can search for an individual location, which will then drop the pin there for you. You add your tags, one or more. And then once you've done that, you can carry on and post it. And then after it's loaded, and you see Doug's notification on Slack, then you can go back to the homepage, refresh it all, and then you've got your post there. So we've also got the browse page we can go on here, so you can see your popular users. So you can select that and then see the other users' profile, plus their posts and their friend list. And you can also go into your own profile, and you can edit your own profile pictures, your own profile details, and look for your own posts as well from here. From the search page, we can also go a little bit lower down, and there's also a separate browse section here that you can go off as well. And when you're done, you can log out of the app, put your phone down, and actually go out and look at the scenes that you're meant to be taking pictures of. And that's it for the Naturally app. And I'm going to pass over to Ian now, who's going to walk us through the tech stack that we use for this one. All right.
Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so in our spiking phase, we looked at MongoDB, Socket.io, and Flutter. Flutter was disregarded due to it being a separate language, not being JavaScript based, and with the time restraints, we decided that wasn't a good move. MongoDB and Socket would have been suitable for the project, but with the additional functionality that Firebase brought, we decided to go down that route instead. Next slide, please. With regards to Firebase, we use Firebase authentication to handle user login and user registration. With regards to Firestore, we use that for collecting user data that we couldn't store in the authentication, such as profile images, where they lived, whatever else. We also stored post data, topics, and comments in the Firestore as well. Cloud storage we use primarily for for the post images, but it was also used for storing any additional user profile images that the user would upload when they changed their mind. Backend APIs, we use Google Maps for the map API with Expo Maps on top of that. And we also use the Google Places API to take the longitude and latitude data and get real locations, not just coordinates. So for example, you take a 50 and a 50 and you'll get a near Northwich rather than a bunch of numbers. And yeah, that rounds up the backend. So I'll hand over to Salah and he will take you through the rest of it.
Thank you, Ian. For the backend, so working on this app was quite a great challenge. So it was the first time we built a mobile app. So there was a lot to learn in a short period of time. We knew that we wanted our app to work on both Android and iOS. So we pretty much, after searching around, we knew we had only two choices, either Flutter or React Native. Flutter was based on the programming language Dart, and React Native was based on JavaScript. So we were already familiar with how JavaScript works. So we went with React Native. React Native also had great documentation, which helped us a lot with building the project. Expo was a brilliant open source platform to get live updates while we're developing the app. That was good. It also took care of a lot of the configuration of the app, so we had more time to write code instead of dealing with configuration issues. React Native was also React Navigation, sorry, was also one of the great tools. It gave a user a nice and smooth navigation experience. And the documentations were quite challenging, but after a lot of experimentation, we got it to behave. The app obviously needed maps and geolocation and things like that. So we used map view, and as Ian mentioned earlier, Google Maps and Google geolocation to grab the user's data, location data, and store it in Firestore. This data was then used, as Ian said, to filter on the maps and locate the user's posts on the map. Camera features and uploading images were also enabled by React Native components, which are image picker and camera component. On Firebase, those were stored on the Firestore cloud. Finally, we used the React Native paper as it had amazing already built-in components with amazing styling. And after some experimentation, we were also able to customize them to give our app a unique look. And that's it for the front end. I'll pass now to Kat to talk you through the challenges we faced while.
Thanks, Salah. Like with any project, we've had challenges. So one of the main challenges that we had was sort of remote working. I'm sure everyone's experienced this during the pandemic, is having to adapt to not having people sat in a room together. We did this through communicating effectively through Zoom, Slack, using a Kanban board and having a daily stand up and stand down. So we're like updating the Trello board. It was the first time that a lot of us had worked together as a team. So we had regular team meetings and check-ins and just having a normal chat about anything really, which has meant that I think we've all become fast friends. And working with these new technologies, a lot of these technologies we hadn't encountered before. So this meant a lot of time using the documentation, watching YouTube videos, having demos between team members. In particular, React Navigation was something that we were a bit daunted by initially, but Salah wrapped his head around it very quickly and showed the rest of the team it, which was really, really helpful. Another challenge that we sort of faced was Git branching, so having merge conflicts due to different dependencies. We ended up updating our Trello board with the required dependencies for the app so that everyone could keep track of what everyone else was downloading. in terms of Git branching as well, me and Ian had a situation where I forgot to check out a branch and we ended up undoing the last work that we did for the past hour. We had to rewrite the code from memory, but we definitely never made that mistake ever again because I think it slightly traumatized us. In terms of agile working practices, this is a new way of working for us, but pretty quickly we worked out a schedule of who was taking the stand-ups, which is really, really useful, and making sure that everyone had a turn to lead the stand-up and have that experience, and making sure that the Kanban board was the focus of our meetings. And I think we were all very, very excited about this project. So keeping in mind those realistic goals. So we had to sort of whittle down the ideas initially and set them into a realistic goal for our time scale. And we did this by keeping the sort of basic functionality of the app in the forefront of our mind, like what was the main selling point? And the main selling point for us was being able to tag those pictures to the map and having that as the sort of forefront of the app. And we definitely kept notes of those sort of nice to haves for the future. So I'm going to pass you over to Heather, who's going to talk a little bit more about those future plans for the app.
So in the future, obviously we only had 2 weeks to make this app. First functionality we'd like is we had some like buttons and some delete buttons that had no functionality. So we'd love to add some functionality to them, be quick and easy. And obviously with the map and picture features, we'd love to add some kind of safety measures around there. Like we don't want to be sending people to the edge of a cliff, and we don't want to be sending people around to people's houses. So we'd love to add something to that. And just to moderate the pictures that are actually being posted to make sure they're about nature and nothing else. Another feature we'd love to add is a chat feature. So if you wanted to make like a group and go on a walk together as a group, you could do that through the app and go and look for some wild deer. But yeah, having said that, that's about it. So thank you for listening. And if you want to go to the last slide, we'd like to take any questions. Thank you.
That was amazing. What a beautiful app. And yeah, I'd use it. Definitely would. We have some questions. If you were to make the app again, would you approach it the same way, or would you approach it in a different way? From Rebecca Newton.
I'll take that one.
Come on then, Jay.
Yeah, I think if we were to make the app again, I think we would quite like to refactor it through Flutter, actually, because even though we do like how it's turned out, Flutter does make some really beautiful apps. So maybe we could like just fine tune it a little bit further, make it just a little bit nicer, perhaps, but not to in any way discredit this. But yeah, I think that would be the big hitter, probably, just refactoring it.
Yeah, cool. Nice. Thank you very much. I don't know. Cameron asks, camera integration wasn't something we touched on during the course, so how did you find implementing it in your project?
Yeah, I'll take that. So yeah, for camera implementation, so Expo kind of took care of a lot of the configuration, so we had to just deal with the logic. It was a lot to deal with ratios, so how to get the ratios right on different phones and things like that. So it was a little bit of maths and then figuring out how the library actually works, like the documentation, and bringing those two things together. And yeah, also for the camera, we actually ended up reducing like the resolution of the image, and that made the app quite fast, because you don't want like high quality images that will make everything like take a ton of time to load. But yeah, that's it for the camera.
Nice, thank you very much. Salah, yeah, I guess that concludes the Manchester portion of the October 21 graduation showcase. So before I leave, please spare a thought for the programmer who quit his job because he didn't get a raise. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Northcoders. It is a true honour and a privilege to be with you again for yet another one of our graduation showcases. Today, you'll be meeting some of the students from our cohort that started in October last year. They've spent the past few weeks making apps of their own, and let me tell you, you are in for a treat today. There are some really exciting projects that I can't wait for you to see. They're going to be absolutely brilliant. Something else exciting to tell you today is that we are graduating our 1,000th graduate today. Imagine that, 1,000 Northcoders out there in the world. I remember when I graduated, we were just creeping up on maybe 100 graduates, and now here we are at 1,000. It is absolutely astounding, and I'm very, very excited to share that with you. So our first group today are not actually available for hire. They have jobs already. They're coming through from our partner Crisp, and they're apprentices that have been with us for the past few months, and they've got something really special that they'd like to share with you. So without further ado, allow me to present Crystal Clear.
Thanks, Joey. So I'll introduce the application that we've made. We've called it the Configurable Dashboard Canvas. As Joey said, our team name is Crystal Clear. As we work for Crisp, that kind of works, but this came from the fact that very early on in our project, we were on a Slack call and someone misheard me saying, is everything crystal clear? And then actually they thought I said Crystal Clear, and so the name stuck. Next slide, please. So to introduce our application, our employer Crisp set us a challenge of not using React and instead using Lit, which is a language that they themselves use as an organization. The application is meant to be a tool that users, so staff members, can create their own reports using off-the-shelf charting web components. And this is something that does already exist in terms of staff could request a report internally, but it's quite labor intensive. So there was a need for the staff members themselves to be able to create this report themselves simply and using the data that our employer already has in the background. The application needed to be scalable and flexible from a technology point of view. And so those things were our focus. I'll hand over to Owen for a demonstration.
Thank you, Mark. So once the demo video's up, I'll go through that with you all. Shouldn't be a moment. So how's this day going? It's going well for us. Corporate hoodie already, you've spotted it.
Bear with us, everyone. We're just having a little technical hitch, but do not worry.
You'll find that we're all wearing the exact same hoodie as well, I think. So you can look out for the branding we're repping.
Absolutely. Are they comfortable though? Is that the thing?
They are very comfortable, actually. I keep it where I work, so it's always the one that I throw on when I get cold.
Fabulous. Excellent. While we're waiting, do you want to hear one of Sam's jokes I've stolen from him?
Go for it.
Why are Northcoders happy?
Caffeine.
I'll tell you why Northcoders are happy. Because they knowed how to express themselves.
Yeah, that was terrible, Joey. I'm sorry.
Brilliant. I might have borrowed some jokes from Sam earlier. If you tuned in earlier, you'll have seen my lovely colleague Sam Parry bringing out the jokes right and centre. So I thought I'd follow this footsteps.
I mean, I don't have any to add, so unless you're going to bring in with another, that's it. That's the comedy show over. So.
Comedy.
Oh no.
I see in the comments that people are loving these jokes.
I think everyone's in agreement with what I said, that the joke just wasn't that good, Joey. I'm sorry.
It wasn't that good. Tell you what, I've got another one.
Go on.
Why do Northcoders like myself wear glasses?
Not a clue.
Because we don't see sharp.
Your JavaScript. Where were you reeling these off from? Do you just have a bank of Sam jokes in your head, or?
Absolutely, yeah. They just come to me from nowhere.
It must be. Mixed reactions. It's always the puns with Northcoders I've found. It's always a pun.
We're a very punny bunch. Fantastic, you might say. Cool. Well, how do you feel about being like in the cohort that's got like the 1,000th graduate, Owen?
Well, I'm just hoping I'm the number 1,000 so I can be the special one, but I'm presuming we're never going to find out who it is. It feels good though. Here we go.
I'll let you crack on.
Right, once the demo's started, then I'll start talking.
Cool.
So as you can see here, anyway, our application, we wanted a nice landing page where you can launch the tool, and it's a nice place to start on the application. So when you open the application, you are displayed with an A4 canvas, each with a lot of additional grid slots, which you can place components in. The first example we're going to do is the bar chart. Each component has a different amount of data sets that you can put into, and this is just due to how the different charts are displayed on the page. So when we press Update Chart, the Dividing chart renders, and you can interact with this chart by hovering over the little bits of the chart. You can also double click on any of the components to change the data, and the data is persistent from what you had in last time. You can also resize and drag the components to anywhere you like on one of the grid slots on the canvas. However, if it goes out of the canvas view, it gets hidden. So now we'll add in a polar chart. Similar to the bar chart, you've got to enter the data you wish. However, this one only takes one form of data. This is because the polar chart actually has 3 charts nested within it: the area, the line, and the column chart. And like all the others, you can resize, move, and put this wherever you like on your canvas. After this has been resized, we'll move on to the generic items. So the generic items we have are a text box and an image upload. Firstly, the text box, we have a number of different options, such as font size, the colouring of the font colour or the background, and some additional styling, such as italics, underline, and bold. And depending on what you choose, once you press Update Text Box, this is what will be displayed. You can edit anything you like into this text box, make it as big as you like, and also resize and move like any other component on the app. Next, we'll show the image upload. And this is very similar. However, the input form is different in the fact that it's an image file that you've got to upload from the local system. Here, we'll upload the crisp logo and resize it to a suitable size, and then we'll be ready to export this canvas as a PDF. So in the top left corner, we can go to the drop-down menu and say Export as PDF, and this will automatically remove the grid lines and the borders to present our final canvas that we've created there. We can also remove any component we like if we're not interested in having it on the page anymore in 3 different ways. We can drag it into the bin on the bottom right, we can click on a component and use the Alt and Backspace keybind, or we can remove all the components using the clear canvas. There's also Settings menu, which will display after we put a chart onto the canvas. And in the Settings menu, we can either disable the borders or disable the grid, just to give a little preview of what the PDF might look like. once it's exported. Finally, we've got a help menu, which goes over all the different functionalities that we've added, whether that be on the canvas or the actual components. And that's it for our demo. Thank you. I'd like to pass you on to Thraka, who's going to talk about all the technologies involved in creating this. And there was a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen, and hello, everyone. I'll just wait for our slides to load back up again. Should not be long. Thank you. Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay. First of all, I would like to say that we had great fun discovering and learning several new technologies for this project. Now, our application is based around the web component library called Lit, and we also used JavaScript, HTML, and CSS to build the application. In terms of project management technology, our code was assembled through GitHub branch management. We use Slack for team communication and Trello for Kanban boards. Next slide, please. It's also worth noting that we use several external libraries to build the functionality of our application. We use some of these libraries to introduce context, custom components, and routing into it. We also displayed our client data using Warding charts. 3 separate libraries had to be implemented to generate the PDF file. Now, apart from these libraries, we also used local storage as well as a web component loader in the application, and the drag and drop functionality was implemented using HTML drag and drop API. Next slide, please. I'm now going to briefly outline the project challenges we faced. Initially, we found it quite challenging to discover the full capability of Lit. This was due to the limited documentation and online content available. However, through persistent research as well as trial and error, we ended up gaining a significant understanding of Lit. Now, apart from this, we also found it quite tricky to implement the drag and drop functionality. This was due to the fact that we had to traverse across multiple layers of Shadow DOM in order to retrieve and append elements. With regards to the PDF generation, we were unable to find any single library that was able to capture the content inside of a web component into a PDF file, especially with Warding charts. So we found a solution through linking 3 separate libraries in order to generate the PDF file instead. We also have a couple of remaining challenges. One of these would be to re-render our Warding charts after importing data from local storage. We would also like to be able to inject properties into a web component from several providers, as this capability is crucial for introducing page customization features for the application. Next slide, please. I will now pass over the presentation on to Mark, who will discuss about the skills we developed throughout the project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Thraka. So some of the skills that we developed over the course of the project, primarily we focused a lot of our time on learning and implementing the Lit package. It was completely brand new to us, and it was somewhat familiar, but also quite a challenge to understand an entirely new package when we just come straight out of React. So we spent a lot of time up front spiking Lit and all the new technologies that we were going to have to use to be able to achieve our minimum viable product. We also relied a lot on each other. We're a small team of 3, so we had to try and implement learning on different technologies and then learn from each other as well. We also spent a lot of our time focusing on project management. We really tried to use the agile inspired methodology and focused a lot on prioritization of our resources. Again, as just a team of 3, we really had to focus our time on the best possible tickets to make sure that we could meet the minimum product. This then naturally led to a real development of our team communication skills. So whilst we spent a lot of time, carrying out our daily stand-ups and our daily stand-downs, we were really in touch with each other all throughout the day. This was just that we could check in if anyone needed help, to share learning, and just check that progress was kind of meeting expectations. We also relied a lot on Kanban boards, and this was just to help us keep track of the sheer number of different things that we had to do. And finally, whilst we were quite comfortable with GitHub from the bootcamp, we then had to get to grips with branch management. So we're kind of quite au fait with that now as well. Next slide, please. To touch on future development, we'd like to introduce a login functionality so that staff members would be able to log into their own account. Once logged in, then be able to actually choose which of CRISP's clients they would like to prepare a report for. And then once within the client's account, would be able to choose the various data sources for the charts which link into the backend at CRISP. And this would mean that each of the charts would be unique. Users would then ideally be able to save as many of these as they want to, access them again in the future, and export that canvas or that report to either internally or externally using magic or deep links. Just onto the last slide, please. So that's our presentation. Look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, everyone. That was absolutely brilliant. I told you it was going to be impressive. Let us know if you've got any questions in the chat. I've got a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. I'm just going to throw them at you. You did a lot of work with Lit, and Lit is not something we teach on the course. How did you find it? How's Lit?
I can answer that one if you like.
Okay, good for Owen, yeah.
Well, I think there are definitely similarities between Lit and React, but the most difficult part was translating from a 3 to 4 week, I suppose, structured course of React, and then going to Lit, where we had to have a few days kind of researching and understanding what we actually have to do within Lit Elements. So it was definitely a hard transition, but I think the more we got into the project and the more we did, the more comfortable we actually got with Lit. But it was definitely a hard transition to make.
Yeah, I can imagine it's been so difficult learning all these brand new technologies and not being able to use anything you've learned so far. But you smashed it. Brilliant. Question in the chat. Cameron asks, most project teams tend to be 4 or 5, and there's only 3 of you. So how have you found sort of working in that slightly smaller team? Has it been all right?
I'll answer that if that's all right. So I would like to say that in comparison, we spent relatively less time on research, and we had to rigidly stick to our planning and timetables just because we wanted to make sure our minimum viable product was ready by the deadline. Apart from this, we found it quite easy to keep track of each other's progress, and whenever one of the team members struggled, the others joined in and helped out. I'd say that we are a small but a very dynamic team, and we complement each other's strengths and weaknesses.
That's so good to hear. I'm really glad that you've all managed to work together so well, because it is harder being in a smaller group. But you've risen to the occasion, all 3 of you. It's been absolutely fantastic. There's another question coming in from chat. Our old friend Scott, hello Scott, says, how difficult was it using the drag and drop API?
Again, I'll answer that if that's all right. This is mainly due to I did the research for drag and drop initially. Drag and drop API by itself is a quite relatively easy technology to grasp, but as we were implementing it with Lit Elements, we had to move across multiple layers of Shadow DOM, which was a new concept for us to start off with. So when it came to retrieving an element and then appending it into, say, for example, onto the canvas, we had to go through multiple Shadow DOMs, which made it much more difficult. But it was a very exciting and useful technology to learn.
Oh, excellent. I love it when people describe technology as exciting. That's really good to hear. Lovely stuff. Kirsten asks, during the project, did you each have defined roles?
I can take that one. So the way in which our team was assembled, obviously there's only 3 of us. What we do is every morning we would talk about what needs to be done like today and what needs to be done in the future. And we wanted to make sure that we were moving around the project. So we weren't only having, say, Thraka and the drag and drop, which is why Mark went on to that a bit later. And wanted to make sure everyone got a gist of all the different technologies, so we could all pick up different pieces here and there. So I think it was mainly we'd do solo programming and we'd all kind of have our own tasks in the day. And then a lot of the time we'd come together, talk about what we've done, and maybe switch around the next day so that we all get a chance to do the different technologies that were involved.
Brilliant stuff. I love that you've shared all that knowledge between each other. That's really, really good to hear. Excellent. Kirsten, with another question. What would you do differently if approaching this again?
I think I've got to take one, haven't I? Yeah, you know, I hadn't thought about that until I saw the question come in then. I can't speak, I guess, for the two guys, but for me personally, with the biggest challenge being lit, being that we didn't know how to use the language, how to use the library, and knowing we had a fixed 8 days to deliver the project, it was really hard to know how much time we should invest up front in learning that language. And so I think what I would do this time is maybe we spent 2 days learning it. I think maybe I would actually have spent 3 or 4 days learning it, but it was so hard to know that you wouldn't want to spend too much time up front and then find you didn't actually deliver anything, but you did understand things. So I think I would have a bit more confidence in myself that we can actually learn pretty quickly and implement a technology.
Definitely. Confidence is absolutely key in projects like this. And honestly, you've absolutely smashed it, all three of you. So well done. Be very proud of yourselves, because I certainly am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. We are going to take a short break before we come to our next project group. Might I recommend, in the meantime, you grab yourself some Scran. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We've got our second group about to present. I've got to say, this app is probably the cutest one that I've seen so far today. Let me introduce you to the Verbs.
Hello, everyone. Our team, the Verbs. Verity, Ruben, Carla, and Sean. We made an app that works. Next slide, please. Staying motivated to live a healthy lifestyle is something we all want. At the same time, we like to take care of others. Our project, Scranimal. Scranimal is a wellness app that rewards us for tracking our healthy lifestyle by being able to give our Scranimal treats. How does it work? You can get tokens for tracking your water intake and steps walked. We have a shop where we can use these tokens to buy and then give cute presents to our happy Scranimal. I would like to pass on to Verity to show us this app.
Good afternoon, everybody. So just before our little video starts here, we're going to see two user journeys through our app today. A brand new user who will sign up and register and be taken to their pets. And then we'll see an existing user with some data in the app. So if we could go ahead and start the video, that'd be great. Thank you. So we're on our welcome screen and our user here is directed to register. So we are currently checking our database against existing users to see if this person already has an account. From there, they can go through and choose from a number of pets to assign to their account, and we're going with specs today. We're going to go and track some water. So we're using optimistic rendering to track and add water to our account, and you can see those tokens going up and down. This will allow us to purchase items for our Scranimal, as Ruben said. We're going to try and purchase something a bit too expensive, and the app's going to tell us that we can't have that yet. However, water is always free, so we're going to buy some for specs and send it over to the inventory this morning. This item has then been sent to our users inventory in the database, so that's going to be rendered on the next slide and allowing us to give that to our pet. So it disappears from our inventory and can't be used again. We're going to take our specs here for a bit of a walk, so we're going to manually input steps for now and reward the user. In an ideal world, we would link this up to the phone's telemetry, but a manual input worked just fine for our MVP. We're now going to log out and show you Joey's account, who's very good and drinks lots of water, so has data in a diary to go back over 7 days and see just how well Joey's been taking care of herself. And when we make a spelling mistake, we're told that we don't exist, so we'll fix that and sign in. So we will have our diary option here. As we give it a click, you see we've got a few tokens for good behavior, and we've got our week's input. So I'm going to hand over to Sean, who's going to tell you all about how we built this and the tech we used to do it. So take it away, Sean.
This is the right slide. So in our planning phase, our team had some experience with some online resources like Trello, Miro, and Figma. And we feel that this really opened the door for some open communication early on in our development phase to make it a more collaborative experience rather than it being one person's idea and moving on, and it's another team building this one person's idea. It became our idea. Our final choices for tech stacks I'll be talking about in the next couple of slides, but a few of the ones that we explored but decided not to go with, so something like Vue.js we thought was a really good front-end tech stack and slightly different from React, which we learned during the course, but was probably more suited to web-based applications, whereas ours was specifically mobile-based. MongoDB was a great database, but we did have some difficulties when trying to connect with it in Mongoose and Mocha, which Carla will talk about towards the end of the presentation. And Docker, we had a very, very brief flirtation with that probably wasn't successful, but we didn't really have time to implement it. So we can move on to the next slide, please. So in the end, we decided to use Firebase for our backend, which was a segue from Mongo after our difficulties when we spiked it. We found the documentation even relatively easy to follow. Occasionally, it was a bit of a cryptic crossword, but there were also plenty of other online resources to help us guide through it and get us interacting in the correct manner. For scalability, if, for example, we wanted to add any additional pets for people to choose from in the app, we could scale sideways. Or if we wanted to add any extra functionality, such as tracking food or having users be able to interact with their friend and their animal, animal a bit more, we could scale upwards. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So for the front end, we finally decided to go with React Native as our front end stack. Previously, like I mentioned earlier, we had built React apps, so the syntax was relatively similar, and we used we're used to using component-based app building. It had solid documentation with very clear guides, which enabled us to pick it up really quickly. And when we were learning it, actually only 2 members of the team went and learned it, and then we pair programmed with the other 2 that didn't, and we were able to teach each other that way purely from the documentation and a few guidelines. React Native is also mobile focused. With us building a mobile focused app, it made sense for us to use it, and it also let us relax a bit when it came to cross-platform functionality, i.e. iOS or Android. So we didn't have to learn Java or Swift within 4 or 5 days and get the app running. We also used Expo Go. Again, it was highly recommended from many guides and documentation, and it had oodles and oodles of additional functionality packages. For example, if we did want to induce pedometer, there was already an API with Expo Go that we could have used had we the time to implement with the app. And finally, Jest, which we're used to using. It was quick to set up for unit testing some of our utility functions. I'll now pass you on to Carla, who can talk about some of the challenges that we faced.
Thank you, Sean. As a group, we faced a couple of challenges while creating this app. So for the tech challenges, we had a bit of a struggle and spent a few days making MongoDB, Mongoose, and Mocha work for our intended purposes. So we decided to time box it and move on to Firebase, which got the ball rolling for us. As for our version control, it was a challenge merging branches without messing things up in the beginning. So our solution was to do what we call a mergy dance together every after morning stand-ups to ensure that nothing breaks the main. We did our best to protect the main at all costs. We also found that working with dates was a bit of a pain, so we got some utility functions to assist us with that. A very common challenge in a diverse group of people is the differences in artistic direction, but we managed to go through it with open and honest communication at all times. And finally, as a minor challenge, we are all adults with personal appointments that sometimes fall within project hours. But this is easily solved with constant communication inside and even outside project hours and with the help of Google Calendar. Given more time, we would like to explore deep into Expo and React Native and add more functionalities and features into the app, including a food diary with nutritional information and barcode scanning capabilities, pet health and mood bars, more interactions with your pet, syncing functionality with your phone's built-in pedometer, and so on. Now I'm handing it back to Ruben for some final notes.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So Q&A, we have some questions. Kirsten asked, during the project, did you each have defined roles? Okay, during the project, we all had our roles and we worked together doing pair programming. Working in an agile environment, we always knew what the others were doing, but by swapping pairs, we were able to always make sure that everybody knows everything about the full tech stack. Are there any more questions?
Apologies, Dara. I don't think we could hear you on that one, but I can see a question on screen from Natasha that I can answer. So the icons, no, we actually didn't make the icons. We used a library called Font Awesome. They're an excellent library. They're free to use. We did find a problem with SVGs interacting with our app caused some major errors. So what we did instead was we downloaded those, got them into the colorways that we needed, converted them to PNG, and they're in the assets folder of the actual app themselves. So rather than being called through from the website. But for those of you needing stylish icons, I cannot recommend them enough. They're really easy to integrate with apps, especially web and HTML. You just type it in and you can change all the colors and the sizes. And it's really a quick way of having a nice cohesive style in your icons.
Definitely. +1 for Font Awesome there. They are invaluable to us developers. So nice, we'll be using them. Cameron says, really nice idea for a project. How did you come up with this concept?
Can I answer this, please? When we were in the planning phase, we started with a Miro board, which is like a virtual whiteboard, and we pitched to each other all our app ideas, and we came up with 9, and we had a vote on it. So when we reached our top 3, we decided that we want to do the top voted one, because we decided that we want everyone to work on an app they actually want to work on. So yeah, that's how we ended up with Scandimals.
Fantastic stuff. Matthew asks, how did you find React Native after learning React?
I'd like to answer this question.
Oh, go ahead, Ruben.
Yeah. React Native and React are similar, and we already knew about React. But at the same time, we went in thinking, well, it's so similar, it will be easy. Every time we tried something, we had to relearn the syntax, and the docs were really good for this. So it was same, but also you can't underestimate it. It was always different.
Definitely. I don't think you can underestimate going into React Native straight after React, because even though they have a similar name, they're very different animals. Cameron has another question for us. How did you find working in an agile environment, given you all working remotely? And how can he get a Scranimal, please?
Do you take this one, Sean? We've all gone for one. Go for it.
Yeah, might as well. Working in an agile environment was difficult to start off with because I don't think any of us were used to it. We found that we all quite like the sound of our own voice, and we fall quite a lot at stand-ups when it's supposed to be a stand-up and quick. So we really had to be quite strict with each other to get into the right mode and the right mindset of this is stand-up, this is quick, this is a blocker, this is what I'm doing, this is what I have done. But once we got in the rhythm and we grabbed each other by the scruff of the neck, it was quite straightforward. We also used GatherTown. I don't know if anybody's heard of it. We had our own little pirate ship, but I can't recommend it enough. It's a virtual office space that really feels quite organic. You can wander over next to someone and have a conversation with them as you would in an office. How you get a Scranimal is probably give it a couple more weeks and we'll get it out in production. You can download the app.
Fantastic. Sign me up now, please. Although I think you already have, judging by the demo. I think I'm already in there, which is great. Fantastic work. I love this app. I think it's absolutely adorable. And I think we're going to start a new Northcoders dance craze, the Mergy Mergy dance. I would like to make that happen if we can. That would be excellent. But yeah, very well done, Berks. I'm very proud of you all. Good job. Mergy Mergy dance. Love. Super. We have got one more wonderful team to show you this afternoon. So we're going to go on another short break, and after that we will be showing you a very interesting application of machine learning. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. So the final app to show you in this block this afternoon is a very, very interesting app. I'm really excited to show you this one. We've got machine learning and inclusivity coming together in one wonderful little package. So it is my honor to present to you 201 Create. Take it away, Charlotte.
Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte and I'm a team member of 201 Create, and today we're going to talk you through our app, which is called It's a Sign. We can go to the next slide. So we've created a British Sign Language learning app, which is designed to combine machine learning and gamification to provide a fun and interactive learning environment in which you can enjoy quiz-style lessons and hand tracking features while earning badges and XP, which will help you land a place on the leaderboard. And the reason why we chose British Sign Language is because in the UK, there is a community of 150,000 people that use British Sign Language. And of that, 87,000 of them are heavily reliant on it for like daily life and things like that. So we thought it was important to increase the availability of learning resources for BSL. If we can go to the next slide. So our target audience includes schools and parents that are looking to engage children with learning BSL, as it's a good cognitive challenge for children, and it's also been proven to aid in child development in areas such as peripheral vision and reaction time. And also those working in hospitality who want to increase accessibility for deaf customers or those who are hard of hearing, but really anyone can benefit from learning British Sign Language. And I'm going to hand over to Andy for our demonstration. The next slide.
Thanks, Charlotte. Cool, let's get this demo going. So this is the first page we will arrive to when we open the app, and we have the ability to sign in, but for the sake of the demo and time, we've already made an account. So let's go ahead and sign in. And the password won't show because that's a feature of iPhone screen recording just for security reasons. And when we sign in, we're taken to the homepage, which is a list of available lessons. And as you can see here, we've got a few lock lessons, and we're going to start the first lesson. So today we'll be learning how to sign the letter A and B. Cool, let's get it going. How do we sign the letter A? So I can select a few of these options and nothing will happen because they're not correct. So if I sign the correct one, we can see it comes next, and we're on to the next question. Which letter does the sign represent? So I know this represents the letter B, so we can go on to the next. And we get to sign the letter A in real time. Awesome. And we can finish, and we've unlocked lesson 2, and we've earned some fantastic XP, which we can then head over to the profile, and we can see on our profile we now have some updated XP, and we've also gained some badges. And if we press on the badges, we will see that we've reached level 1. Good job. And we can also scroll through some of our avatars if you want to change up what your profile looks like, make it fresh. And if we head over to the leaderboard, we can see that we're there 4th on the leaderboard. Cool. We can get to the top one day, I'm sure. And also, if we head over to settings, we've got a few options we can change, like editing the email, editing the name, editing the password, if you so wish. And I think that's enough learning for today, so we can then sign out, and we're taken back to the sign-in page. And thank you for watching the demo. I will pass you over to Natasha, who's going to speak about the backend.
Excellent. Thanks, Andy. So we're going to be talking a little bit about backend and the technologies we used. We chose MongoDB as our cloud database because it is more suitable for mobile apps and also stores data in the form of keys and values, which we loved. We considered Firebase but chose MongoDB over it. We created a test database first, and towards the end of the project, we used our development database. We built our REST API in the Node.js environment, of course, and we used the Express framework to build our server easier. We used Express's middleware Mongo Sanitize to prevent query selector injection attacks. Because, as you saw in the demo, our users were able to sign up and create a profile, there are two unique identifiers where their username and their password. So we created a security feature with the Bicrypt library that helped us hash our users' passwords before they are saved into the database. We implemented test-driven development, and for our code testing, we used the Mocha test framework that makes a synchronous test with the Chai assertion library, which is easy to use and it reads similar to plain English. We also decided to validate our user inputs before they made a request to the database, and we used the Joy module for that. All of the backend libraries that we used were fairly easy to navigate and understand in the documentation, so we were able to use them even though we hadn't yet learned them in the course. Our backend app was deployed in the Heroku platform. And now moving on to front end, presented by Pratik.
Thank you, Natasha. So for the front end, we decided to use React Native, and we chose it because it allows you to develop cross-platform applications. And this was really important for us because right from the beginning, we had a vision of making the app available to as many people as possible. Since we only had 8 days to do the actual coding, speed was really important. So this is why we decided to use the Expo framework. And Expo really sped up the development process for us because it would set up the project for us, and it would also compile the code to be run on both iOS and Android devices. Expo also allowed us to run the app on our phone during development, and this meant that we could get a really good feel of the user experience. Next, we used Axios to communicate with the backend through HTTP requests. Next, we used Google's Teachable Machine. And what Google's Teachable Machine does is it allows you to create machine learning models using labeled images. And once it creates a model for you, you can download the model and store it on the front end. So that's what we did for our app. The model uses TensorFlow.js to run. So once we had the model working and stored on the front end, what we did was every second, we would feed it with an image that we got through the camera stream, and the model would provide a prediction for the image. So that's how the app knows whether you are doing the right sign or not. And that's all the technologies we use for the front end. Now moving on to the next section of the presentation, where we'll be discussing about project planning. It will be presented by my teammate, Josh.
Thank you, Pratik. So the first part of our design process was to break our project down into some manageable tasks and create a product that was designed with the user in mind. To do this, we used the user stories, which helped us decide on the essential features of our MVP and create additional push goals depending on how our progress was going. We also chose to use Figma to design the layout of our pages and our component hierarchy before we began coding. This built upon our user stories and gave us a better understanding of how the different sections of our application would work together to provide the desired user experience. As a part of our initial design process, we spiked several technologies. This allowed us to quickly decide on the implementation of 3 core technologies as an achievable but also challenging goal to push the technical skills of our team. We found that Teachable Machine and MongoDB were the 2 most important parts of our project, and also the technologies that we had the least amount of relevant experience to draw on. We made sure to quickly build out a test case for both of these, minimizing the risk of running into unforeseen issues later down the line, and ensuring all the members of our team would be able to get hands-on experience with them. If we could move on to our next slide, please. So for our workflow, the daily stand-up was an essential part of our routine. It allowed us to communicate clearly with the whole team and also let us quickly find issues we were struggling with and provide support to people easily. We couldn't have managed the complexity of the project we were dealing with, so we found that the communication that was given by a Kanban board through Trello was essential. Having a visual display of our own tasks and those of our teammates let everyone know where we were in the app's development and helped us to avoid unnecessary effort working on the same components. Throughout, we had a strong focus on pair programming, which encouraged the sharing of knowledge, allowing members to quickly be brought up to speed with the new technology, rather than spending time figuring out old issues that have already been solved on their own. To manage the numerous changes we were making daily across 5 different systems, we made use of Git. Learning to use branches to manage new features and prevent bugs from reaching our main branch saved us a lot of time overall, despite the initial issues we may have faced. And from the start, we knew that it was important to ensure a good team dynamic. From the very first week before we began the project, we made sure to look at our individual strengths and weaknesses and see how we could use those to work effectively as a team. And I'll hand you over now to Charlotte to talk through our challenges.
So though there's bound to be some teething issues when you're using a new technology that you've never used before, as we did during the development of our app, we found a number of challenges occurred when trying to access the device's camera using React Native, and then when attempting to incorporate the machine learning code so that the teachable machine model could be used by the camera. And we found that diving into the official documentation, finding posts related to similar scenarios on Stack Overflow, and also a lot of trial and error, helped us get the camera function working, with the result being a live camera stream being fed to the teachable machine model, allowing prediction of whether the correct sign was being shown in lessons, as you could see earlier in the app demo. So if you could go to the next slide. We'd like to thank Northcoders and all the tutors for their help and support the past 3 months. And a big thanks to my teammates who've been great to work with, and thanks for watching. You can find our names and our GitHub details at the bottom, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I am obsessed with this app. It's got everything. We've got accessibility, we've got inclusivity, we've got gamification, we've got machine learning. My mind is blown. This is absolutely wonderful. Kat is in the chat and she's saying this is amazing. What a fun way of learning BSL. Absolutely. I want to use this app. Please put it in the App Store. I want to play with this. Cameron is asking, this is such a worthwhile idea for your project. How did you settle on it?
I'm happy to take that. I think initially we had 2 ideas. Our first was a sort of ticket reselling app, and we realized there wasn't anything too much that was pushing us, and the idea itself we didn't think was too interesting. Like, there was some stuff about payment processing that would have been a good push, but ultimately we weren't really passionate about it. And then I think maybe Natasha originally came up with the idea of a language signing app, and I think we found as a group that we were much more motivated to work on something that would have like a meaningful impact on people's lives rather than the ticket selling app. I think that was a big factor in why we chose this one.
Excellent. I'm so glad that you did. It's a really, really good choice. Scott asks, how did you find using TensorFlow and JavaScript?
Yes, I think I'll answer that question. So using TensorFlow, because it was a completely new library for us to work with, it was actually quite difficult in the beginning. So it meant that we had to go through lots of documentation, lots of tutorials on YouTube, and also see similar projects, like how people have done it on either on GitHub or through YouTube videos. And finally, we managed to get it working, but it was quite a big learning curve for all of us. And yeah, I'm happy that we explored it and then managed to get it working for our MVP.
Fantastic. I'm so glad. Cameron, an image every second. How many images does that mean that your teachable machine model used?
I'll take that one. So I was involved with spiking the teachable machine at first, and my first thought was, okay, this model will need lots of images. It will need, lots of references. And I first started because you need to have a default image for something to compare against. And at first I did, say, maybe 300 images of the default pose, 300 images of the letter A, and then 300 or so of the letter B. And because it puts the model together in the browser, I'd then start training the model, and then the browser would have a think for a second, and it would either decide to sort of crash or take a very long time to load. So for one, I thought that wasn't very feasible, and two, looking at 900 pictures of my face would, turn anyone off doing anything like that. So I thought, we'll reduce it down slightly, and amazingly, I think it was only around, say, 50 images for each different pose, the default A and B. We used a few different, so myself, Natasha, and Charlotte all uploaded photos to get a nice degree of images. And yeah, it was really amazing how it worked so well just off that amount. And I think it was a lot better for sort of scalability, because it's not feasible that if we were going to introduce, more letters and more words, that, we can't have X amount of images. It really has to be a small amount to get it to work.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, machine learning fascinates me because it's something that I've never touched, but the fact that you've managed to get all this together in the space of a couple of weeks is incredibly impressive. And I've seen in the news recently that BSL is about to become sort of an officially recognized language in these parts. So I'm really hoping that this app's going to be like a front runner in teaching all of us BSL, because it's something we should all be learning. Kat Miller, hello Kat, says this looks so great, amazing concept, well done all. A sentiment shared by all of us. Absolutely fantastic work. Well done. You should be very proud of yourselves. Wonderful stuff. Right. You are very welcome. We have got to the end of this block of presentations. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have got another block starting a little bit later this afternoon, so keep an eye on YouTube for us. We will be presenting the final block of this cohort later on today. But yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Take care of yourselves.
Perfect. Perfect.
We're live. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to what is, well, Act 3 of the Northcoders graduation showcase, where we're celebrating our 1000th Northcoder through our bootcamp and presenting a project with us this afternoon. So to begin proceedings, we're going to be handing over to our first team, who's going to be presenting remotely. That's Codebusters with the Little Yellow Duck project. So without further ado, I'm going to be handing over to Alina, who's going to begin presenting for us. Alina.
Thank you, Dave. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We are Alina, Becca, Musin, and Niharika, and together we are Team Codebusters. Unfortunately, Becca could not join us today, so there will be the three of us presenting. Today, we are going to talk about the app that we have been working on for the past 2 weeks, the Little Yellow Duck project app. Can we have the next slide, please? The idea for this app was inspired by one of our former team members and is based on a real initiative. The Little Yellow Duck project is a global project that aims to raise awareness of blood, bone marrow, organ, and tissue donation. It involves people around the world handcrafting little yellow ducks as random acts of kindness. These little ducks are then left in public places for other people to find. A special tag attached to each duck invites the finder to take their gift home, visit project's website, and register where they found their duck. We decided to create an app that would make registering a found duck more streamlined and user-friendly. Musin will now demonstrate how we have managed to achieve this.
Thank you, Alina. Hi, everyone. I will talk about how the app works. This is our landing page before logging into app. There are 4 buttons here. The first one brings the user a text about the initiative, which navigates to a website for more detailed information. After returning to home page, pressing the View Map button shows a map. As I zoomed out, lots of ducks started to appear on the map. We used Google Maps API to display all of the ducks that had been registered. Clicking on the ducks gives detailed information about the ducks. User can create an account with Create an Account button. This will lead us to a profile page. On this page, there are also buttons for ducks I found and ducks I made. We store that 2 different information in our relational database. When users push to ducks I found button, there is a blank page since no duck is founded yet. Find a duck page shows all unfounded ducks as a list. Log a duck function helps to update a registered duck to a found duck. You can add a photo or take picture with the help of those buttons. This app designed for mobile devices, so adding picture feature does not work on web. After logging a duck, duck shows up in the ducks I have found page. We need to configure our data for course. This is why we're seeing this warning. Profile page has also create duck button. When user clicks it, it directs to external website which has information on how to create a duck. At app bar, the little duck icon is collapsible menu. User can reach find a duck, log a found duck, and register a new duck page from here also. User can register a duck with the help of register a new duck page. When user saves the duck information goes to the database and waits for the update after someone finds it. On the app bar, there is this duck logo, opens the drawer menu, helps to easily navigate between the find a duck, log a found duck, and register a new duck page. Homepage is different than before logging in. This page shows all found and unfounded ducks. User can filter the ducks according to whether they have been found or not. And also, user can search them by city at the app bar. Thank you for watching our demo. Yeah, this was our demo, and now I will talk about agile methodology that we seek during the project a little bit. First, we needed to decide how we were going to collaborate because we were all working remotely. We made daily stand-ups and afternoon meetups using Zoom. We used Trello board to ensure we were all on the same page, to know what stage each task was at and who was working on it. It was a good opportunity to discuss any barriers we were facing and offer each other support. We used GitHub for version control by working on separate branches and using pull requests with reviews to ensure we always protected the main branch. Thank you for listening to me. Now Alina will talk about the front-end stack.
Thanks, Muhsin. For the front-end stack, we decided to go with Flutter framework, which is written in Dart programming language. Both Flutter and Dart were completely new to us as they were not included in the course curriculum. However, this was a challenge that we were willing to take. And this is because Flutter allows building multi-platform applications from a single code base, which speeds up the development process. In addition, it allows to hot reload the app, making it possible to make changes and see the result immediately without the need to recompile the code. It is also open source and has great documentation and growing community support. In order to implement Maps functionality, we decided to go with Google Maps due to its compatibility with Flutter, as well as extensive documentation and familiar interface, which makes interaction with our app a seamless experience. I will now pass on to Ni, who will talk about our backend stack.
Thank you, Lena. For the backend, we chose a tech stack we were familiar with because of how ambitious we were with the front end. We used a Node.js and Express framework for our server. Since our app requires ducks to be associated with their respective finders and makers, we knew we needed a relational database, so we decided on PSQL. In order to create working endpoints, the backend was developed using TTD, which allows us to detect and troubleshoot issues before they were implemented in the front end. Testing was done by creating our own custom jest matchers for more accurate testing. Next slide, please. As with all projects, we faced some challenges, the main one being that we were learning a new programming language. And with the pressure of a tight deadline, we all had a point where we doubted our capability as to whether we could finish this project or not. During the second week of project phase, we lost a team member. Given that he was the inspiration for this project, it was a hard hit. But thankfully enough, we had planned this app extensively, so we had something to go off of. I think it was the previous slide, by the way. This app relies heavily on the Google Maps API. During spiking, I realized that I could not run it as a web app. This meant that I had to set up an emulator to be able to work with the map. In our team, only 2 members were able to download Android Studio successfully. Although I was able to get it working after 3 days of troubleshooting error after error, I was not able to load the map as I was using a virtual machine and it did not support nested visualizations. This meant that it was up to the 2 members of the team to sort out the pages that required the map. However, this worked out for the better as it naturally assigned us to specific tasks. Whilst those two members got familiar with the Google Maps API, me and my partner worked on connecting to the backend and implementing those endpoints in the front end. Most of these challenges could have been avoided if we stuck with the front end language that we were all comfortable with. However, after having pushed ourselves, we have become more confident in our abilities as programmers as we were able to build a functioning app in a completely different language within the time we had. Next slide, please. There were additional features we would have liked to implement, such as having a type-ahead text input field for location searches to make logging ducks more efficient, as well as having a current location option for those fields. That would also mean that the map viewport upon logging in would be on the user's current location. This would make finding a duck a more interactive experience as the user would be able to see their location and unfound ducks near them. We would have also liked to implement a QR code scanner, as the ducks made for the Little Yellow Duck project have a tag on them with a QR code that, when scanned, leads them to the website. If this QR code were to lead them to the app or was used to log ducks or register ducks, it would, again, increase the efficiency of the app. Nevertheless, we're happy with our final product as we have come a long way from not knowing how to use Dart to now knowing that everything lies within the documentations. And that's all from us. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Team Codebusters. Well done. Wonderful application, the Little Yellow Duck project. So did we have, I believe, a couple of questions that might have come through while we were watching there? So we've got a question here from Cameron, and it looks like a question that'll be on everyone's mind as well. How did you go about placing the ducks on the map?
Yeah, I've got this one. So on page load, we get the duck data from the database, and then we feed that data to the Google Maps widget, which comes from the third-party package called Google Maps Flutter. So this widget then uses each duck's coordinates to place the marker for each duck on the map.
Wonderful. It really was a wonderful design. I believe, did I see we just had another question that had come up in the meantime? From Jatinder here. First of all, congratulating you on the excellent design. It really looked wonderful. And his question is, what made you choose Flutter over other texts that are available?
Okay, I think I'm going to get this one as well. So we were considering React Native at first. We did some research and we just decided that since Flutter is becoming more popular, we decided to give it a go. Plus, when we did our research, we found out about a very good documentation, about growing community support. We found out about nice features like hot reload. And yeah, we just went for it.
Amazing, amazing. Well done. It was a wonderful project. Thank you very much for showing that off to us. In terms of, we've got another question here from Joe Imlay. Any Northcrafters up for making some little yellow ducks? You're going to be bringing any of these to any 3D printing, bringing these to the real world? We've got a question here from Doug. How did you tackle the map search? How did you?
Yeah, I've got that one as well. So when the user submits their search query, this makes an API call to the third-party API, which we use the MapQuest API. So this then returns the coordinates of the searched place. And then we pass these coordinates into the Google Maps widget's animate camera property, which then updates the map by updating the widget's state.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Well, I say wonderful, wonderful stuff. Incredibly impressive. Did we have any other questions that have come through in the meantime? Cool. Well, in that case, we just have, well, once again, well done, Team Codebusters. We will, I think we're just going to take ourselves just a couple of minutes break just while we set up for the next team. So go top your cuppers up. Don't go too far. See you shortly. Hello again, and welcome back, everybody, to the Northcoders graduation showcase, where once again we're celebrating our 1000th Northcoder through the bootcamp today. So our next team coming up, so we've got a nice treat for you, is team Hexy Beasts. So whenever you're ready, take it away. We're going to be handing over to Ryan to begin. So Ryan, after you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan, a proud member of team Hexy Beasts. And over the past few weeks, I have had the pleasure of working with Hexy Allen, Hexy Clive, and Hexy Ellis on the HexRun app. Next slide, please. So our aim was to make exercise fun. As a team, we all enjoy video games, but exercise can seem a bit of a stretch. Can we design an app that will get us out of the house, and how can we make it suitable for everybody? Next slide, please. What is HexRun? HexRun is a social mobile exercise app allowing users to claim territory by running through hexagons on a map that updates in real time. Throughout the project, we stuck to three main principles. We wanted an app that was simple, competitive, and fun. It's simple enough for anybody to pick up and play. No need for an extensive tutorial. It's competitive because other players can take your hexagons. And it's fun because you don't need to be a top athlete to enjoy the game. I'm going to hand you over to Hexy Allen, who's going to give you a demonstration of our app.
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, I'm Aaron, and I'll introduce HexRun, the app that we've built. So as on loading up, the first thing you need to do is create an account. You just need to supply a display name, your email address, and a password. We then will ask you to choose a colour. That colour will be associated with your profile. And we'll ask you to pick an image from your camera roll, and that becomes your profile picture. This is your profile page. That keeps a track of your running totals as well as your personal bests. And as Ryan says, we wanted to keep it simple. So you hit start run and you're off. We track your location. And as you enter a hexagon, you claim that hexagon, becoming the owner. Whilst that's going on, we're also collecting and storing data on the distance travelled, the time that you've been running, as well as any hexagons you've claimed and an average speed. We wanted to make it useful as a straightforward running app as well as a game, so we could appeal to a broader audience. So you get in, you've claimed that area. There's other users, they're claiming their own areas, again, tracking their own statistics, so it's useful just as a running app. But then as one user enters another area, they can take it over. They claim the hexagon. It's not based on speed. Anybody can play it. You could walk into a hexagon. If you're the last person there, you're the current owner. You get a pop-up telling you how you've done in that run. You can see who owns any hexagon in the area at any time. We keep a track of your total hexagons as well. We've got leaderboards for different sections. So again, more serious gamers can try and get top of, say, total hexagons, but it's not the only way to do well in the app. Any problems getting into the app, the password reset is a really simple process. You hit the button, you're sent a link, follow the link, put in your new password, and you're straight back into the app. We keep statistics for you so that you can track your progress weekly, monthly, yearly. Again, so that it can appeal to a more serious runner or somebody that just wants to see how they're doing. There's achievements so that you can level up. Each time you meet one of these targets, it will naturally progress to a higher level, just so that whatever you do in this app, you're progressing. And we've added some share functionality because let's face it, when you do well, you like to brag. So that is our app. Thanks for listening, and I'll pass you on to Ellis to take you through the technologies.
Thanks, Alan. Okay, just go on the next slide. Okay, for our tech, we knew quite quickly that we wanted to use a mobile-based application, and quite quickly we decided on React Native. One of the reasons was because of its cross-platform capabilities. We found it was quite simple to set up, and we had lots of wacky ideas. And every time we were looking at the libraries, it kind of matched up with the different things we wanted to try and do. So yeah, that's why we decided on React Native. And along with that came with the Expo app, which I think we would have probably been a bit lost without, because our app was using GPS. So we needed something that could test that in a real life situation. And it also gave us the confidence of quickly being able to see something that we'd produced, and gave us that extra spur on to continue. For our backend, we decided on Firebase, mainly because we wanted something with real-time updates. So for storing the user data and the hexagon information, we used Cloud Firestore, which was relatively easy to set up. And it was quite forgiving with the structure of the data that we were sending back, because as the app developed, we were sort of sending different things back, and it didn't shout at us too much. For the authentication, we used Firebase Auth, because we wanted something to have kind of a slick user experience from the outset. With Firebase Auth, it came with things like password reset, persistence of login, and it made everything really streamlined with the app. And lastly, we used the Firebase Cloud Storage. We didn't use it too intensively, but the last thing we implemented was being able to click on a hexagon, and you were able to see the user data, and you could see that image, and the images were stored back on the cloud storage. And that's pretty much it for the tech stack, and I'll pass you on to Clive.
So when we decided our sort of game mechanics, there were three main challenges we sort of came up against. The first was performance. So basically, we needed to render 533 polygons at a time for our game board. Each one's interactive and all updated live. So you basically, when you load it up, you get all these polygons. Each one's a button, and also they'll change color within 2 seconds of someone claiming them. So there's quite a lot going on at the same time. So we used turf.js to create our grid board, which worked really nicely, but it gave us GeoJSON arrays, which worked with map view, but they were a bit clunky and a bit heavy. So we found if we converted them to sort of a simple array of objects, that was a bit quicker for map view. Second challenge was a key feature we needed to run in the background. So if you're running, you want to switch to your music. So the whole thing had to run in the background, which we found a bit tricky, but we used Expo Task Manager with Expo Location, which worked really well. It sends your location off to the back end if you are entering a new hexagon. The only issue with it is it exists in the high level of your app, so it doesn't exist inside any components. So it won't update your state. So we needed to draw our little red line when you're running around. So to get around this, it also writes your route to async storage on your phone. And then when you're back in the foreground, another app using setInterval gets the data out of the async storage and then writes it to the screen using the state. So that's sort of a bit clunky, but it worked quite smooth in the end. And last slide, please. Okay, and the last challenge was, again, as Ellis mentioned, because we're doing real-time updates, we had to have quite a efficient backend, the way we structured it. So originally we had the entire game board. Again, it's 533 different polygons, all stored in one object, one document on the back end. And it did work. It worked okay, but it basically means that you're sending all that information every time someone moves into a new hexagon. So we found if we separated the geo data and the game data to do different arrays, we could make the game board once and then just access the game data each time. So that saved about 80% of the data being sent. And the other thing we did was we found that Firebase is more efficient if you're using large collections of small documents. So we separated it out. So we then had 533 separate documents on the back end, and also Firebase can handle high numbers of listen events. So basically, you have 533 different documents, 530 different listen events, which means when you claim a hex, you just send off your name once and which hex you're in, And the back end just changes that one document and sends that one document to everyone else, which saved it 532 documents being sent, which made it nice and quick in the end. So yeah, worked out very nicely, I think. Very happy with it. Next slide is the last one. Thank you very much. Okay.
Well done, well done. Thank you very much, you Hexy Beasts. A wonderful, wonderful application. It's fun, promoting exercise, some friendly competition, or perhaps unfriendly, depending on how you want to go. Did we have any questions that came through for us at all? So I was especially quite a fan of your commitment to the hex-based puns in your test data there. Lovely, yeah, lovely stuff. It looks like we've got a question here from I don't want to offend anyone. Samil, just saying, yeah, when's the live deploy? You've already got some potential customers lined up for you.
Ellis?
Well, we were actually discussing this different options and
talk to our investors, haven't we?
Yeah. But I think we can actually put it semi-live through the Expo application through a thing called Snack, and it will allow people at least to play with it out in the wild. So yeah,
fantastic. Well, yeah,
soon.
Please let us know as soon as that's available. Absolutely, well done. We've got a question come through from Cameron here as well. You fit so much into your app. What would you add if you'd had more time?
We had a lot of ideas, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we discussed like maybe live chatting, a bit more of a social element. Yeah, we were coming up with all sorts of wacky ideas with augmented reality and maybe sponsoring the hexagons. Like maybe you could have a Greg's hexagon, and you've got to run to that hexagon, and you can get a free sausage roll or something like that.
I love the notion of a sausage roll being the reward for a run. Fantastic. Yeah, with some comments here saying this is the hex big thing. Yeah, exactly. You can have your Grexican salt out there. A question from Doug coming through here. Do you reckon there's a way to stop people running the app on the train and cheating?
They'll only be able to really take the things on the trains. They're just repeating themselves again and again. So they're limited in how much of the board they can control that way. So in a way, it's quite hard to cheat because then you can just walk around an area. It's not about the speed you're going. It's more about the area you control.
It's about the distance
so
covered.
And be a bit more tactical about it. So yes or no?
So you could go for it's only if someone's on the next train that it's going to cause some a bit of competition. Wonderful stuff. Yeah, how much did Greg's pay you just for that plug there?
Well, I'm trying to plug it to
yeah, exactly. You try to gain the Greg sponsorship. Absolutely. Fantastic. Did we have any other questions that came through at all? Oh, we've got a question from our live studio audience.
Anyone else?
Cool.
Anyone else?
Set a maximum speed limit to it, so somebody was cycling or in a car or something that you could actually just say, realistically, if it's a running thing, it's not going to be any more than a few miles an hour.
Yeah, so your speed, your distance is recorded in your time. So if you're exceeding a certain speed, we could just cut you off, say, sorry, you're cheating. So we know it's you, Gareth, you can't play anymore. Delete your account.
I think you can also access the phone's pedometer. So you're actually checking for steps. So the smooth track of a train would be not counted.
There we go.
Yes,
as an option. Yeah.
Cool. So you've already got some sort of anti-cheat built in to it. Fantastic. Great stuff. Did we have any more coming through? Fantastic. Well, in that case, thank you very much. Well done again to Hexy Beasts. We're just going to take ourselves just another couple of minutes comfort break while we prepare the next presentations. So, off to Greg's. In the meantime. Fantastic. See you shortly, everyone. Bye for now. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Northcoders graduation showcase. Hopefully you enjoyed your sausage roll just in the break. So we are back with another team. We are moving on to the cash converters with their wonderful project, Quaff the Shelf. We're going to be starting off, passing over to Gareth to take us through it. Gareth, after you.
So yeah, we're Team Cash Converters, so we developed a mobile and web app called Quaff the Shelf. And I don't know about you, but when I've had a busy day running around collecting hexagons and collecting my Greg's free sausage rolls, there's nothing I want more than to sit down, relax, read a book. But the problem I've got is what drink do I take when I'm reading that book? Quaff the Shelf will answer that problem. Can we have the next slide, please?
1 second, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, there'll be one. Apologies. Oh. Very professional. Yes.
So we developed Quaff the Shelf. So the idea of the app is you can sit down, you can use the app, you can scan a barcode on the back of your book of choice. And with that, you will get a recommendation for a drink. So you can set up a user profile, which is alcoholic, non-alcoholic drinks. It will recommend a drink to you, and you can also improve those recommendations over time by up and down voting those recommendations. So what I'm going to do is pass you over to Izzy, who's going to give you a bit more information on how that works.
Next slide, please. And I'll just click through to the demo. So here's our landing page. We can either log in as a pre-existing user, or we're going to follow the flow for someone creating an account for the first time. So once you've set your password, create account, you'll go to your profile page where you'll set some basic details. And most importantly for our app, you'll go through and select the kind of drinks you would like. This person is maybe going to do dry January, so they're just going to choose some non-alcoholic options. Once we've saved, we'll see that, and then we can head to the home page. We can see we've got an empty library so far, so we're going to add a new book to get started. We can either do this manually. You'll type in the ISBN for your book, and once you submit, we'll make a call to an API, and we'll get an alert to say that it has been successfully added to our library. Then we'll see in our page that it's in our shelf. We can click on the book, and we can start our recommendations. We can either accept or decline them, and we'll see that confirmation message come through. We can then go back to our home page, click back on our book if we're rereading, and see that persistent there. We can also use our barcode scanner, so you can scan books in succession if you've got a stack, or you can scan your book, head straight to your book details page in order to make your pairing. For every book, you should have a different recommendation. And again, we can see accept or decline here. Head back to your library, and you can see that it'll continue to grow. This user has multiple books, so we can swipe through. If you ever, we'll click on one here. If you ever receive a recommendation that you don't like, you can decline until you receive a few options there. Click through, save that drink pairing. Alternatively, if you ever change your mind about the kind of preferences you have, maybe dry January has come to an end, you can then head back through the menu to your user profile. You can choose just alcoholic or best of both. You can see your previous choices, and then you can update your drinks recommendations here. Once we've saved again, we'll then head home, and we should immediately see that change reflected on our book. So we'll take into account our new choices, but it will also check that somebody else, if they have it in their library and they've previously made a choice, that will be reflected here. So somebody might have made a choice for the Belgian twist, for the Belgian detective. In keeping with being able to update your preferences, if you decide maybe you're not going to read a book, such as teach yourself how to run a marathon, you can long press, that'll delete from your library, and you can immediately see that change happen. And then we can also just log out. Cool. Thank you very much. I'll head over to Tim for front end, I believe.
Indeed. Yeah. Thanks, Izzy. Hi, everyone. I'd just like to talk you through some of our tech stack and tech choices for a moment. So on the front end there, to begin with, we went with with React Native with Expo, not least because it gives us the ability to write and maintain a single code base that we can then deploy deployed to both Android and to Mac devices. Similarly, Expo gives us a really nice dev environment that's common to both Apple and to Linux. So we've got a double winner there from a dev point of view. Similarly, Expo it gives us a nice web-based emulator. So as we're writing code, it gives us immediate feedback there. We don't have to wait for a long, complex build process to complete. And similarly, there's an enormous install base of React Native out there. So it was a fabulous opportunity to get onto that learning journey, see what it's all about, and get some industrial strength experience. Fabulous time there. A couple of other noteworthy points there on the front end. We've got an API integration into Open Library API to give us the book details that we're scanning in there. And similarly, we've got a couple of integrations with Firebase to cover our backend, for which I'll now hand you over to Richard, who will take a little deeper dive into that. Thank you.
Hi there. So I'm going to talk about our backend, just like Tim said. So going into this project, we knew two main things. We're going to be storing a lot of data often when the users are using the app. And the main use of the database would be quick queries to deliver the drinks options that people are looking for. So these two factors, coupled with none of us had worked with a non-relational database, we're eager to push our learning, so we opted to use Firebase for this. We did look at other backends, however, but with Firebase also offering inbuilt functionality for storing signups and authenticating users, including other options for login such as Google and Facebook, we made it our dead search. We ended on Firebase, and we're glad we did. A lot of the app's primary function is to be able to offer a good suggestion of a drink, and how this is done is closely linked with this Firestore backend. Sorry. With its ability to store data, we can quickly save the user preferences, which can then be queried, creating a list of all the drinks they don't mind drinking, and then we can compare that list and that queried votes against the books to find a leaderboard of votes for the user's drinks, and then we can return them the best preferences for that user. So we'll always offer the best historical pairings. And from that, I'll pass you over to Jade, who's going to talk about our challenges and opportunities.
Inevitably, we came across quite a few challenges along the way, and making the app work on Android and iOS correctly was one of the main ones. So to overcome this, we made sure that at the end of each new feature, we made sure to test it on both before merging to the main branch. And if there were any errors, we'd record them on the Kanban to make sure we didn't miss it and fix them that way. And leading on from that, learning the new technologies, it gave us good opportunity to do a deep dive into some documentation, which is always good experience. And if something didn't quite work how we expected, after that, we would have a good look at Git solutions and things like that. So we gained lots of problem-solving skills there. And finally, working in a large team for the first time and on a full-stack application did prove to be a slow start. We sometimes weren't the best at organising to begin with, but using the Kanban and doing our daily stand-ups, we became far more efficient. So we've grown as developers as the weeks have gone by. So yeah, I'll pass you back to Gareth.
So that is all from our presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and we're available to take any questions if you have any.
Well done to the cache converters. A wonderful idea with Quaff the Shelf. I think both activities that it focuses on very near and dear to my heart in person. Wonderful, excellent stuff. Yeah, I would say please come. Did we have any questions through in the chat in the meantime? It's an incredibly interesting idea. Cool. So a question here from Cheryl Hardy. What sort of progression do you see for this app? Where do you sort of see it going?
Yeah, I get that. Certainly, we had a look at adding a book club in there as well, which was a next natural iteration. As ever, we ran out of time to get that feature on there, but one of the inspirations was, okay, here my boys always taking the mickey out of my wife, who's going to book club, which is really just a front for a good drink up and a natter, really, isn't it? So that's the next natural iteration. Yeah.
So now it seems like the next logical step. For sure. Wonderful, wonderful. Cool. Did we have any others that came through? We've got one from Catherine Hansen here. Is there a view to the future adding functionality to linking to Goodreads?
Well, we would have hoped so, but Goodreads don't actually give out API keys anymore, so they're not an option for us, unfortunately. But we did have a look at that.
So it's a consideration, but no, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Cool. We've got a question who came through from Cameron as well. Any plans to scan a drinks barcode and get a recommended book? Flipping the idea on its head. Yeah.
Yeah. One day we could do that. That could be our next step. And we wanted to try and eventually maybe do like a machine learning where it learned the genre and then it would give you a book based on that eventually.
Brilliant. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you can go into many places there. But I like where Cameron's coming from here. Wonderful. Question from Joe there. Oh no, I think it was just a comment. I was coming from the Manchester office and realised you couldn't hear me, but we heard you in spirit, Joey. We certainly heard you in spirit. Cool. Did we have any more of these questions? Cool. In that case, once again, round of applause for the cash converters. Thank you very much indeed. We're just going to take our traditional 2-minute break just while we prepare the next team. So, yeah, stay where you are. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our Northcoders graduation showcase, where, once again, to remind you, we've hit that magic number of graduating our 1000th Northcoder this afternoon. Our next team who's going to be presenting remotely is Team Geek, Geek Meet, and we're going to be handing over to Gurpreet, who's going to start us off. So, Gurpreet, whenever you're ready.
Hello and welcome to our Northcoders group project. We are Team Geek, and we have developed an app which we have called Geek Meet. This is an app that allows you to get where you want to go. So what is Geek Meet? Well, the idea comes from wanting to meet up but struggling on deciding where to meet up. Geek Meet takes the hassle out of meeting up with your friends by deciding where to go. I'm sure we've all been in this situation where you try to arrange a meetup with your friends, and there's always one person who ums and ahs about where they want to go. Geek Meet takes the hassle out of this by creating a group and deciding where to meet. Unique feature of our app is that the app can choose an equidistant destination in the middle of all the group members. So basically, no one group member is going to travel longer than the other to a meetup. So that means that your group can discover a new restaurant or rediscover your favorite bar with Geek Meet. I just want to introduce the Geek Meet team. We have myself, Gurpreet. We have Ed, Elliot, and Carrie. I will now pass you on to Ed, who will go through a recorded demo of our app. Ed, take it away.
Thanks, Gurpreet. Next slide, please. And could you start the video? Thanks. Okay, so we're just going to see a user demonstrate some of the functionality of the app. So from the login screen, you can register if you don't have an account or just log in. We have forgotten password functionality, but today our user Jen has remembered her password. She can log straight into the home screen where you can see invites to new groups that you can accept or decline and groups that you're already in. So here's Pizza Club, where you can see the current group members. You can invite other groups, chat, and meet up. Today's Jen is going to create a new group. She wants to play Scrabble with her friend. So Scrabble tonight. And she's going to put in a very appropriate avatar of some Scrabble pieces and create a new group. You can see the new group page. She's now going to search for her friend Molly, who's also a user of the app. And we'll send her an invite over. Molly can now accept or decline that invitation and be accepted into the group. Just going back into a bigger or more already established group, Pizza Club, we can see some of the other functions. So in the group, you can chat with group members. Each group has its own private chat with just those group members. So do you want to meet up for a pizza someplace? Yeah, sure, great. So the group has decided they want to meet up for a pizza. So at this point, we can select the Meet button, which will take us to the Configure Meetup page. You can now choose a type of meetup. Where do you want to meet? And also choose, Troy can't make it this evening, so he can be excluded this time. So clicking Let's Meet will bring up a list generated by the Google Places API and centered in the middle of all our group members in an equidistant location. So clicking that, you can now see the group member locations as well as the meeting place there in the middle of the app. This function works all across the UK and in fact all the way across the world, but we've designed the app specifically to work for people who are quite close to each other, as that was kind of what we intended. So going back to the group, you can see that this meeting active bar is now been updated, and this is updated live in real time for all group members, so they can click this and it will take them straight to the meet. When the meeting is over, you can end the meet. Okay, and that's just a quick demonstration. I'm now going to pass over to Carrie, who's going to talk us through the tech stack.
Thanks, Ed. So very briefly, I will mention about the tech stack. Yeah. So while we were creating the user stories and gathering user requirements for our project, we understood from the start that Geek Meet was going to be an app that needed to authenticate users, store user and group details on our backend, and also run on multiple mobile devices. And therefore, we needed to choose a tech stack that could meet all these needs. For the backend, we selected Google Firebase as the cloud platform because it provides many backend solutions that suited our needs. So we needed to use a secure authentication mechanism to register and log in our users, and we were able to achieve this functionality with Firebase authentication. Firebase also provides a NoSQL database that allowed us to store and structure our data according to mobile views and different screens, and also provides a real-time update, which was very handy for us. By using Firebase as the backend cloud provider, we were able to focus on our MVPs and ensure that the app was completed on time. Now, moving on to the front end, one of our requirements was to be able to run Geek Meet on cross platforms. For that reason, we selected React Native as our front end framework due to its ability to write code once and to be able to run the same code on Android and iOS devices. Within front end, Geek Meet also utilizes a Google Map API to locate users and to suggest meeting points. Now, moving on to the testing, at Northcoders, we are trained to follow test-driven development, and therefore it's not surprising that we also consider testing within our project. With the help of Jest and React Native testing library, we were able to test our UI components to ensure that the right screen was being displayed according to the authenticated users or the correct groups. Also, for the backend, we tried Firebase Emulator, which is a suite of tools that can be used to test Firebase applications. We use Emulator to seed and to test our mock data and also to test our authentications. Now, that was just a quick overview of the tech stack, and now I will hand over to Gurpreet to discuss more some of the important features. Thanks.
Thanks, Kari. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, Geek Meet has the function of choosing a destination based on the type of place that you want to visit, such as a bar, cafe, a restaurant, and that's going to be equidistant for each user. Now, this feature uses an algorithm which takes into consideration each user's latitude and longitude coordinates, and this helps to calculate the global average position for each user in the group. We then use this average position to then query the Google Places API. We've also added functionality to change transport type for each user. So if somebody's going by foot, car, or public transport by train, that's going to be taken into consideration by the map route algorithm that we built in. Now I will pass you on to Ed, who will discuss the challenges that we faced while developing this app. Ed?
Sorry, I think that was supposed to go to Elliot.
So one of the challenges that we faced with this, which I'd imagine some other people may have also encountered, was with GitHub merging. In the early stages of the project, we had several different things that were components being developed by individuals or pairs, and we then had to merge these together. We're familiar with GitHub and working on our own repos, but the challenge of bringing these branches together was sometimes a little bit messy to begin with. We had a few meetings during the first week where we'd kind of sit down and go through, make sure everything was being brought in together correctly, and then sometimes have to go back and realize that maybe it hadn't gone as we imagined. Although fortunately by the second week, this had really smoothed out and the whole process of merging had become kind of quite familiar to us all. Another challenge we faced was the Firestore, while being very convenient in terms of providing authentication and kind of a pre-made backend, did come with certain challenges as it only provides a NoSQL backend. We were used to relational databases. NoSQL is not a relational database, so that meant we had to be careful in certain ways about how we were managing the data, as the things we'd previously expected weren't necessarily always true, and we were able to sometimes have duplicate data that we made sure we were updating when you've got things like users connected to groups and groups connected to users, as well as having to understand Firebase's inbuilt functions, as we weren't able to create those ourselves to necessarily do exactly what we wanted. Cross-platform functionality, as Kari mentioned earlier, was one of the reasons we chose React Native. and that was very useful. But some of the packages and modules we used were not as kind of get up and go out of the box with the cross-platform functionality. We had a few cases where people would have pushed code which was working fine for them, and then when we used that on then iOS or Android, we'd be thinking, hold on a minute, this doesn't work, and we had to take a step back and say, actually, it does work. What's happening here is that we've got to set this up differently for different environments. So that was another challenge that we then managed to meet. The testing, again, we would like to have followed a test-driven development process for all of this. We did learn a lot about testing, and front-end testing was not something we'd previously done. We weren't able to do quite as much as we would have wanted to, but I think that it was a really positive experience overall, and it's set us up well next time for any future projects to have that understanding in place. And I think one of the final challenges during the end phase, when we were kind of pulling it together, was working on this and understanding that multiple users would be using the app simultaneously. And what you don't want is you go in, you set a meetup, nobody else knows the meetup's happening. And we realized quite quickly that this would be a problem with how we'd set up our app. And we had to set up a live listener to the database so that we're constantly getting updates, and any changes you make to the group, to the chat, to the meet, anything like that are being updated in real time for all users so that it's available to everybody at the same time. And I think that's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Do we have any questions?
Well done, Team Geek with Geek Meet. A beautiful application, both in principle and in presentation as well. Absolutely fantastic. Well done. Yeah, did we have any questions that came through in the chat there? For the geeks, we've got a question from Mark here. If someone leaves the group, could the app handle the remaining user locations?
That's an interesting point. I hadn't actually considered that. The meets that we've been doing so far were sort of meant to be very short-term things. So on generation of the meet, it only takes those users that are there into account. So if the meet was generated and then a user leaves the account, I'm not sure what would happen. I think it would just set up the meet, and the user would be involved, whether they liked it or not. But we could definitely add functionality to handle that case for sure.
But I quite like your approach, to be honest. They're involved. There's no backing out. Beautiful. We've got a question from Cameron coming through. Did you all work remotely during the project? And if so, how did you find it? How did you find that work?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Yeah, so we did, for the 2 weeks, we did work remotely. I think overall it was a positive experience. Using GitHub and other apps such as Zoom and Slack enabled us to efficiently and effectively work together as a group. There might be one or two challenges where we wish we could have come face to face, but overall, working remotely didn't have such an impedance on our development of the app.
Well, you've obviously done a tremendous job managing to adapt to the new style of working. So congratulations all around. Well done. Well done. Cool. Did we have any more that came through? We had one more. Fantastic. From Cheryl Hardy here. Does the app help with directions for all users to get to these meetings?
Unfortunately, no, it doesn't help with directions, although this was something we had envisaged, but we decided to use the Google API for mapping and directions, and also we kind of stayed within the Google ecosystem broadly for the app, which I think helped with the time frame of development. But they place limitations on what you're allowed to do with their API, and live navigation is one of those limitations. So we were a bit gutted when we realized that, as it seems like, as well as seeing the map, you'd kind of like to have the directions as well. And I think that a potential future direction for the app is potentially looking at other mapping providers, open source, who will provide that data. So that would be a possibility.
Yes, it's interesting to see that you explored that avenue, but yeah, definitely something that you can put on the future list when you start getting the investors in. Absolutely. Brilliant. Cool. Do we have any other sort of queries that came through? Marvelous. We've got one from Shiraz here. How was your transition from React to React Native?
Yeah, I can try to answer that. I think it was easy transition because we are very familiar with React, and React Native is very similar to React. So I think none of us found any difficulty moving from React to React Native.
Cool. Sound like a fairly smooth transition for you. Well done. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Cool. Okay, in that case, thank you very much once again, and well done to Team Geek. We're going to take our couple of minutes break, and we will see you all back here shortly. Bye. Okay, welcome back everybody to the Northcoders graduation showcase here live from Leeds. It's sort of an extra special treat for us this afternoon because we haven't been able to do this live from the Leeds campus for just short of 2 years now. So thank you very much to all of you watching, wherever you may be, all of our live audience. Thank you very much indeed. So without further ado, we're going to be moving on to our final project for you this evening, courtesy of Team Turbo Hamster. Ian, when you're ready. Cool.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for waiting for us. I'd like to introduce Team Turbo Hamster's project, Hamster Help. I'm Ian. You'll get to know the rest of the team as we go on. We've got Adrian, we've got Matthew, and we've got Jack. We were inspired by the help desk we were given to take us through the course and by the advice we were given, which was that we were our own best resource for knowledge. And we decided to make a help desk application. We wanted to make it multi-role. We wanted to make it a progressive web app, so it could be used on any platform. And we wanted to make it ticket-based. We wanted to focus on live updates, fresh information, and a visual aspect to it. And also we wanted to be able to bring in that peer-to-peer support on the tickets, as well as a student to mentor You'll see all this in action now as Adrian takes you through a demo of the app.
Hi, everyone. So here we can see two versions of our app. One is the desktop version on the left, and one is the mobile version on the right. We can register by default as a student, but we can register as a tutor as well. For now, we're going to use some predefined accounts. On the right, we're going to log in with a student. And on the left, we're going to log in with a tutor, just so we can demonstrate the interaction between each other. Here we can see the home screen for both users. The student has, it's slightly different because he can create a ticket. But if we go on the queue, we're going to see a slightly different as well, because the student can create private tickets where only the owner of the ticket can see it, or a tutor as well. Now with the tutor, now with the student, we can go and create a new ticket. We can add a title for the ticket, some body text. We can also add tags for the ticket. Also can upload files. We can make a gallery. Also, we can choose to be private or public. When we create the ticket, we can see on the left side of the screen, we can see it's getting updated live for the tutor to see. And all the tickets created by users will be updated live on the queue page. Now, if we go on the ticket with the tutor, we can see the ticket, and we can check the tags to see if there are any similar tickets with the same tag. Maybe we can find some similar problem from other users. Also, if we go back and we can visit the user profile, we can see all the previous tickets he had or the current tickets opened. Now we can try to solve this problem. We can read the text, we can open images and see what was the problem. Also, we have an instant messaging system where we can send the student a message and he will get updated instantly. Don't need to refresh. This feature is very useful because if the ticket is public, all the users can come together and help each other together. Don't need to wait for a tutor in particular. But now we fixed the problem. We can close the ticket or reopen. But for now, we can leave it as closed because it's fixed. We can go back to the queue page and the ticket is gone. It's fixed. We can go carry on with the next ticket. Also, we have dark mode, but that's it. We can sign out. And this was our demo. And I will pass you to Matthew to talk more about the technologies we've been using so far. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as the basic starting point, we went with the classic MERN stack, so MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. All those technologies all speak JSON, so that removes any additional languages like SQL from the equation. MongoDB is a bit of a mindset shift to go with because it's designed to have a single document contains everything you need to create a page in a web app. So, for example, our ticket model also contains the comments rather than just being in a separate table. MongoDB doesn't have any schema enforcement on it, which means that it's very easy to change things as the app developed over a very short space of time. And also, but we still wanted the safety of having some sort of schema. So we use a library called Mongoose, which wraps a schema around MongoDB and ensures that we're putting the data we expect into the database. For providing our real-time functionality, we went with Socket.io. This is a library that sort of wraps around WebSockets and long polling and gives you two-way communication between client and server rather than just a classic request response. In addition to that, it also gives you chat rooms, which are enforced on the server and allows you to send data just to the clients who need that data rather than to everybody which is particularly important for private tickets because you don't want to send private messages to everybody. Then, because we had several separate apps running, so we had an Express API, we have our front end, and then we have our live system provided by Socket.io, we needed a way to ensure that we were authenticated between all of those. For the technology for that, we used is JSON Web Tokens. So they are signed with a private key and then verified with a public key, meaning that only our system could issue a valid token, but any system, even the front end, can verify that that token is valid. And then we know that someone's logged in without having a single authentication system. That is a single point of failure. And finally, because again, we have lots of different systems interacting with each other, we need to make sure that every time we were pushing something onto that main branch, it definitely worked as we expected. So by implementing GitHub Actions, we had a testing phase. If the testing phase was passed, our code was then pushed up to our Heroku app, ready to run. And if it didn't pass the test, we get a notification and we knew that there's something wrong and we can go and fix it. Now I'll pass you back to Ian to talk about some of our challenges.
Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, we encountered a few challenges. I think the first one was coordinating a large group. This was the first project we'd done in anything more than a pair. Communication was key, but I think on top of that, using the Kanban boards on Trello to keep track of what everyone was doing, where they got with it, was invaluable. We all worked remotely. This is the first time we've ever met, ever. And for that, we found the huddle on Slack to be a fantastic feature. For those of you who don't know, it's a direct messaging, voice messaging ability built into Slack. You can share screens, and it's always available. You can just drop in and drop out. And it's almost like, as it suggests, getting a huddle around a desk to go, can you help with this problem? And we instantly got everyone on there with a full pool of knowledge. Got us out a few scrapes a few times. The styling, we spiked MUI and Tailwinds. We found them both a fairly steep learning curve. All we've really used was vanilla CSS previously. We decided to go with MUI. We found it an incremental increase in what we were putting on the app at any one time was a lot easier with MUI. And the amount of docs available for that, community resources, tutorials on YouTube was just fantastic. And the final one, the biggest test I think we had was testing Socket.io. We were heavily TDD driven. We were heavily TDD. So we had everything tested on its way up. And testing Socket.io is difficult. And yes, I'm having to read most of this, I'm afraid. It's very difficult because it works in callbacks. The way we got it working was to wrap all of it in promises, which then we used the race method to evaluate which promise was completed. It was very complex, took us quite a bit of time, but yeah, those huddles came in handy for that one. I'm going to pass you on to Jack now for where we would like to take the app, things that we had integrated, and he'll take that.
Thank you. We took on a lot. We always kept an eye on the MVP, but we were designing from the beginning to be expandable and to spread out as time went on. We're happy with what we got, but definitely there were more things we could have done if we had just a little more time. We have the infrastructure in place already to put in a ticket archive for any completed tickets. So you could look back at while you're waiting for the tutor to get around to you, you can look back at what other people have done, what solutions they found to their problems. We would be a relatively simple addition to add custom tag sets for, that the customer could change the tags that they could attach to the tickets and therefore make it both slightly more future-proof and also make it basically applicable to any remote learning system rather than necessarily coding-based as the one we've installed. Slightly further down, we wanted to set up a chat room, a private chat room between the student and the tutor, which would then summon the student into it so they can have a dialogue about the problem rather than it just being out on the ticket. Would have been a bit more work, but we're on the way with that one. Multimedia integration we also put aside. We were going to do Zoom. We were going to do voice recording. So if you wanted to kind of talk out the problem because you're having trouble putting it into words, it got put aside because of time. But again, a few more days maybe. But anyway, from the beginning, we were thinking in terms of microservice structure, and because of the JSON web tokens, it was always built with the premise of being expandable and grow as time went on. Any questions?
Well done, amazing. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. An amazing app from Team Turbo Hamster there. Very well thought out. I can see where you might have been getting the inspiration possibly from for this idea. Did we have any questions for the hamsters, or the hamster singular as it's as we know? Cool. From Cheryl here, we've got does the ticket stay open until it's closed by the tutor or student, or does it time out?
Stays open.
So the ticket can be closed and open and reopened by the student or the owner of the ticket. So it doesn't time out. It needs to be closed by tutor or the owner of the ticket. That's it.
Of course, it doesn't get forgotten about and needs to be explicitly closed out. Yeah. Excellent idea. Fantastic. Did we have anything else that come through on this front? I mean, if it's appropriate, I'd be just interested as to Turbo Hamster. So what's the origin? What's the origin there?
We have a Roborovsky hamster called Albert. He's about yay big and he is extremely fast. Yeah.
Perfect. As simple as that. Excellent. Wonderful. I'm glad he inspired you to name yourselves after him. Well, in that case, just another round of applause for Turbo Hamster. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So I believe that concludes our graduation showcase for today. So thank you very much for everyone that's been joining us. Once again, congratulations to all of the students who've been presenting from Manchester this morning, exclusively remotely this afternoon, and live from Leeds towards the evening now. So if you've been inspired and you're sort of an aspiring coder and you want to be part of our next 1000, please get in touch. But I think that's all from us. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy your weekends. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.